On the starting line right now, Mr. Miller, if you can hear me, give me a wave. I'm being ignored. This is just like at home. On the starting line right side, Mr. Miller, can you hear me? If you can, give me a wave, please. Street, strip, truck, or off-road, Mickey Thompson's makes tires and wheels for all your high-performance needs. And the best thing about owning a set is that when you do, you become a part of the Mickey Thompson legend, and that is an honor. Check out all of our tires and wheels at www.mickeythompsontires.com. With our new Buy It Now feature, you can shop online, compare tire and wheel prices from top performance dealers, and quickly get them to your doorstep with just a few simple clicks. Mickey Thompson, be a part of the legend. So we're waiting for word of the cleanup at the top end of the track. As soon as we have a word from our safety crew, we will pass it along to you. So far, all reports are drivers involved in the incident at the top end are fine. We're going to confirm that. And as soon as we do and we have the top end cleaned up, we will get back to time trial action here in our 990 category in Super Gas. Again, thanks you for your patience. We know it's a little bit chilly out here.
Can't hear you.
Is your concession stand open?
No.
No?
Judy said no, that people are going up there.
Go to your right, you're missing it. No, Kirk.
So we're doing a little bit of a PA check here. We understand it's difficult to hear out there. So we're trying to figure out what may have happened here.
I can't hear anything out there now.
And as soon as I know, I will let you know.
Mic check, mic check. For over 30 years, Racepak has been the leader in data acquisition and racing instrumentation. From top fuel to sportsman drag racing, Racepak has you covered. In addition to Racepak's line of dedicated data loggers, Racepak's new IQ3 drag logger Racepak's new IQ3 drag logger dash combines a data logger and drag instrumentation in one compact package. The drag smart wire is the perfect power distribution system and wiring solution for your drag car. And we've got a virtual dash app that streams your dash data to a tablet or phone, letting your crew monitor your car's vital signs in the pits and on the starting line. Get control of your data quickly and easily with Racepak's entire line of performance products. Check us out on the web at racepak.com.
She said it's getting better.
It's getting better?
Yeah. She said when you said test, she could hear that. Oh, commercials you were reading.
Yeah.
Hey, it sounds like a commercial because he's reading.
Yeah.
He's reading.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Keep talking.
Keep talking.
So work on the top end ongoing, trying to get everything cleaned up. Good news is everybody is safe. Race cars can be replaced. People cannot. So we should have all of our top dragsters in the staging lanes. Comp Eliminator, we should have the first three pair of Comp Eliminator for Comp WFO qualifying, final qualifying session for Comp Eliminator. First three pairs should be in the lanes or headed to the lanes right now. Should have about 10 to 12 more pairs of super gas cars, and then it will be final qualifying time for our Tom Thorpe Transport's top dragster machines. And then final qualifying in Comp Eliminator.
Whatever you just did worked, Warren.
So working on some PA issues, and that sounds a lot better right there.
Yep, perfect. What was it? Really?
Test, test.
Getting the game plan together and checking everything out. Whenever we come back into meeting with them. And ready. All that kind of stuff. Yep.
Everybody been fired already?
Forgot that you were doing super
Well, I'm back, and perhaps you can hear me now. Mike Van Winkle, a.k.a. Rip. Lake Charles, Louisiana. Jerron Miller, right side, Lyons, Kansas. It's either Jaron or Jerron. I was trying to get his attention. Turns out when you got the PA turned off, it don't work. Off to the top end they go. Getting there first is Mike Van Winkle by a bunch as he goes 974 at 153. Jerron Miller, 985, 162 miles per hour. Jazzy J. Johnson. Stay away from my camera. The Vega Wagon, Markham Ranch, Texas. Jim Burrell from Claude, Texas. 70, Torino. Jazzy J. Big wheels up start, hooks a little to the left, straightens out. Heads for the other end. The Torino alongside. When they get to the stripe, it's going to be a 992, 154 for Jim Burrell. And it looks like, not sure if that's smoke, oil dry, what that could be down there. That's all right. Jazzy J 993 at 150 on the left. Everybody seems to be okay with it. Next pair, pulling up, Heidi Robeson, right side, out of Olathe, Kansas. Driving the 63 Corvette for K&N and AAPD alongside Mitch Withers for Central Truck Equipment. The 66 Chevy 2. Withers goes 709.83 at 161. Heidi Robeson 996 at 174 miles per hour. Kevin Dyke's Corvette alongside Chet Tucker's Camaro. Dyke on the left out of East St. Paul, Manitoba, Canada. Engine builder by trade. Chet Tucker, part of that Wood Tucker racing operation out of Sulphur, Oklahoma. 68 Camaro replica on the right. C4 Corvette replica on the left. Green and green as they head to the other end. Chet a little bit better letting go of the button. Kevin comes off the stop. They're lined up at the finish line. How about a 990 with a 4 for Kevin Dyke? Dead 4 at 177. Chet Tucker better reacting to green, then goes 983 at 168. So they know where they're at now. Before we go into round number 1 of competition, here's Mark Williamson. Muldrow, Oklahoma. 3rd generation Camaro. Big block Chevy power alongside John Long's 86 Oldsmobile Forenza. Also big block equipped machine. Williamson 002 red on the let go. Then goes 990 with a 7 at 162. John Long 986 at 164 over on the right. Dennis Clark lines up now. The little Chevy 2 over here on the left-hand side out of Dayton, Texas. The professional snipe hunter is alongside Austin Williams, mechanical engineer out of Waxahachie, Texas for Ortec Wood Trucker Racing. So this guy competed in 2 NHRA classes last year, and his total car number is 9. He was runner-up in the Super Comp World Championship last year, number 7 in Super Gas. I understand this is a rematch from the semifinal at Houston. 986 at 170 for Austin. Dennis goes 984 at 154. Dwight Allen's 57 Corvette rolls up now. Dwight out of Waco, Texas for Tricia. He'll pull up left side. Clint Parker on the right. Gilmer, Texas. 63 Corvette over there on the right-hand side. the Big Star on the Lone Star-based Corvette.
Good old Wacko, Texas. Watch the heads of horse. Or horse.
Both cars staged and ready. Both leap off the starting line. Dwight Allen might have missed it. Clint Parker, right side dead 6. 990 with a 6 at 162. Dwight Allen. Better get that subpar reaction time out of your system. 989.3 at 150. Another Corvette Roadster rolls up left alongside a Corvette Roadster on the right. C6 body styled machine on the left-hand side. That's Justin Allen out of Mansfield, Texas. Todd pulling alongside on the right from Amarillo. The C7 Corvette over there on the right-hand side, built by Charlie Stewart Race Cars. Charlie's out here as well this weekend. Handful of Charlie Stewart Super Gas cars all over the property. Justin Allen is 00 on this end. And 3 under on that end. 987 at 159 for Justin Allen. Todd Pullen 987 as well at 173 on the right. Lori Vang from Parker, Colorado, 2019 built Corvette. And Vern Rowland, the Oldsmobile Calais from Blanchard, Oklahoma. He is your representative for Foggett. Foggett, the cylinder protection product. Gary Stennett, Steve Williams, marketing and developed that product. They're both 18 on this end. And at the top end, Lori is on the good side, 992 at 153. Right side, Vern Rowland, 983 at 162 miles per hour. Coming up now, another of the Wood Tucker racing machines. This is Buddy Wood, Sulphur, Oklahoma, 67 Camaro Roadster. He must have walked into Race Car Mart and said, I'll take all your 67 Camaro Roadsters. Scooter Wilkins alongside from Gatesville, Texas. In the pipeline business, 67 Chevy 2. Wood is better on the let go. He'll come off the stop now. Big top end charge there for the car on the left, 984 at 180 miles an hour. That's a lot of speed for a super gas car. 984 at 180. Scooter Wilkins, 984 as well, only 146 miles per hour on the right. Matt Diamond from Amarillo, 1981 Mustang, alongside Charlie Stewart, the race car builder out of Azle, Texas, driving one of his own creations over there, that gorgeous C7 steel gray Corvette. Charlie better on the front end. Makes his move, goes 988 at 169. Matt Diamond, 984 at 124. That's about 55 miles an hour faster down there at the finish line. Single coming up right side here for Chris Harrelson. Again, driving one of those cars out of the Charlie Stewart shop. Conroe, Texas, the home for Harrelson. Looks like we got one more car and then a license pass coming up. Harrelson is 009 on the reaction timer. 988 at the finish line at 164 miles per hour. And the license run coming up here for the little street roadster over on the right-hand side. Looks like from Team Mexico over there. I believe coming up next will be Tom Thorpe, Top Dragster. Q3 coming up for the ultra quick cars. And it looks like the street roadster went to set the brake and popped right on through, so we'll back up. Give him one more opportunity to print out a time ticket here, as he is in the licensing process, and he's got to make a series of successively faster runs. Boy, this talking thing is just beyond me today. We are reset. We are ready. Car comes off the starting line. Now comes off the stop. Getting over on the center line. Don't like that at all. About 1164 at 138 miles an hour. Not exactly the run that he would be looking for. But 1164 at 138 to print out the time ticket. And with that, Top Dragster comes up next. And your number one qualifier, Ross Larice. Baby Larice with a 611 puts him at the top of the sheet with 19 cars that have made a qualifying pass, 18, excuse me, that have made a qualifying shot. I think we've got maybe one or two more that aren't on the sheet just yet. Keith Neiman out of Wichita. Keith made kind of a wild-looking pass last night, or yesterday during the day session, as it got everybody's attention, and I'm sure it got his as well. David Bills coming up alongside, and I'll step out of the way and let Mr. Chris Monahan tell you all about these ultra-quick bracket cars.
Thank you, Warren. Appreciate it greatly. There's Keith. Flying Monkey Racing M&M chassis car. So as Warren mentioned yesterday in the first qualifying session, Keith left the starting line smoking the tires like a 1960s top fuel car. Just kind of stayed with it until it hooked back up and still ran a 650 something run. Doesn't stick with it this time. Wow, Keith 006, David Bills 004. David gets down there at 695. That's going to be an improvement for him from yesterday. He will stay number 14 as Mike Owen and Mike Burns. Complete the burnouts. Burns over on the right-hand side in the San Antonio, Texas area for Hammerhead Racing. Centrifugally supercharged, 540 cubic inch big block Chevy nestled between the frame rails of that machine. Currently occupies the number 10 spot in the qualified field. So in Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, we take the quickest 32, assuming we have 32 cars on the property, which we do not here this weekend. But once we get into eliminations, these guys are bracket racing, which means it's not about who's the quickest. It's about who's the most consistent. Mike Owen over in the left lane. Naturally aspirated, 632 cubic inch power plant, went 704 yesterday, qualified number 16 as we stand right now. Hiking the front end up on the naturally aspirated car. Whoa, baby. Mike Burns goes 6:10.9 to go to the number 1 spot, 228 miles an hour. Improvement for Mike Owen as well. He goes 6:97, 190 miles an hour, but Mike Burns leapfrogs everybody and goes to the number 1 spot, bumping Ross Larice down to number 2 in top dragster and top sportsman. There's an ET cap on these categories of 6:10. A run between 6 flat and 6:09.9 basically counts as a breakout. And if you do not have a run slower than 6:10, that would put you at the bottom of the qualifying sheet. But if you go quicker than 6 flat, dip into the 5s, that's a big-time no-no. These cars are not certified to go that quick, so that results in a disqualification and 0 points for the event. Bill Swan left, Wayne Landry right, number 11 and number 6 right now. Bill Swan's off the throttle. Wayne Landry goes 6:12, 229.29. Swan coasting to a 6:93. He'll stand on his earlier 6:29. And Wayne Landry goes up to number 3. Daria Vang and Chance Bullock, your next pair. Chance over on the right side. Traction issues on both of his runs yesterday. He's run a best of 779. 665 cubic inches of nitrous-fed horsepower. Pushing that TNT supercar chassis machine down the racetrack. And for Daria Vang, see her brother Chris walking up beside the car. Chris, a crew member for Derek Kramer, pro stock competitor in the NHRA Camping World Series. Chris also out here this weekend in competition. Daria sitting in the number 10 spot right now with a 623. Centrifugally supercharged power plant behind her head. Works at an ethanol plant during the week out in Sterling, Colorado. Daria's 11 at the tree, goes 6:42, 2:15. 2/10 off pace from what she ran yesterday. Not sure if that car's having some issues or if they just pulled a bunch of timing out of it. Chance Bullock, his best pass of the weekend, 6:82, 2:02. Chance moves up to the number 13 position as Brian Sandlin and Rick Carroll going to be the next pair. Carroll family operating Ardmore Dragway, just down the road from here. Brian Sandlin, TRE Power, 665 cubic inch naturally aspirated power plant in the Miller chassis car. Brian's had an issue with tire shake this season, getting closer to figuring it out. For Rick Carroll, the centrifugally supercharged big block Chevy. 683, his best run. That car can run significantly quicker than that. Rick makes a move towards the wall, gathers it back in, goes 652, 215, 698, 194 for Brian. Both of them, their best pass of the weekend. Rick goes to the number 12 spot. Brian will stay 17. Steve McDermott coming up on the right side out of Crowley, Texas. Engineer by trade. That car is for sale, so if you want to go top dragster racing and have a bunch of money, it's just burning a hole in your pocket, go see Steve in the pits. In the left lane, not on file just yet. Did not make a pass yesterday. So So a couple of roots blowers sitting out there on the starting line. Only a few of those out here this weekend. Centrifugal blowers dominate top dragster. Left lane's 3 thou too quick at the starting line. Steve McDermott too quick on the racetrack, 6:06, 2:32. Left lane was off the throttle before the stripe, coasting to a 7:02. Matt Exner and J.R. Baxter will be your next pair. JR's occupying the number 8 spot as things stand right now. He went 6:16 yesterday. Matt Exner made one pass and had some issues, was working on the car late into the night, in the early morning hours. Was driving out of the pit area about 1:30 in the morning. Matt and Sean Neidig were hard at work on that machine. Shout out to Sean for lending a help to Matt. Let's see if they got it fixed. That's better. 7:15, 139, having some problems as he went down track. 6:14, 194 for JR. That's going to be an improvement for him. JR moves up to the number 5 spot. Matt still at the bottom of the sheet. Rusty Baxter. Supposed to be alongside of Holden Larice. Doesn't sound like Holden's machine is fired just yet. And thank you, Nitro Joe. That was Ron Gibson a couple of pairs ago that we did not yet have on file. So Rusty went 6:13 yesterday to go to the number 4 spot. Another centrifugally supercharged machine. Rusty 006 at the tree, goes 6:17, 198 miles an hour, shutting her off before the finish line. 3:96 at 182 at the 8th mile. As David Johns rolls in on the right side. And now Holden Larice rolls in the left lane. Holden's first pass was a 6:01. That is exactly 0.02 of a second away from the no-no zone. Scott Spies standing behind the car in the left lane for Larice Motorsports Insurance. He yanked a bunch of timing out at the hit yesterday, and the second session went 6:14 to go to the number 6 spot. David Johns, 6:15 with a 1, has him sitting in the number 7 position. Both of them kind of lazy off the starting line. 6:19 at 198 for David. 6:18, 232. Holden Larice. Holden was 108 to 60 foot.
Wow, look at David John. 101 to 60 foot. Yeah, he's mile an hour, 198. He's out of the throttle before he got there.
Mm-hmm.
He was going for a 6:0 miles.
Yeah. And Baby Larice appears to be the final car in this round of competition, qualifying rather. Larice Motorsports Insurance bringing you the Perfect Run and Best Package Award across all 7 NHRA divisions this season. Baby Lurie started this session in the number 1 spot. Has since been bumped back to number 2 by Mike Burns. He's got a 9 thou window if he wants to leapfrog him and take that number 1 spot back. Let's see if he can do it. Ross 009 on this end goes 623, 227.50. And he will remain in the number 2 spot. Comp Eliminator going to be the next category down, the second and final session of WFO qualifying for our comp competitors, awarding bonus money to these competitors based on who is the combined furthest under their index between the second and third rounds of qualifying. If you win in your first matchup and your second matchup, you are in the A field. If you lose your first WFO qualifying matchup and win your second one, you are in the B field. And what happens is we take how far under your index you are in your first WFO and second WFO run, which is the second and third round of qualifying, sum that up, and whoever is the combined furthest under will be the winner in both the A and the B field. And there's about $1,000 bonus money at stake for the A field. Winner and runner-up in both of them. Another big shout-out to Roof Tech, CCR Motorsports Insurance, Ambi Ampersand Soap Company, Clegg Industries, Harlan Towing, and CompuLink, Mr. Brockmeyer, for bringing you the Comp Eliminator bonus fund. So Comp Eliminator, if you've never seen it before, crazy combinations. Ray Goodman left side, that is an A Econo altered. 32 Ford body machine, 309 cubic inch small block Chevy with a 4-barrel carburetor sitting on top of it. And Adam Hickey, that is a B dragster automatic. 390 cubic inch Chevrolet power plant and automatic transmission. Ray Goodman is dead late at the tree. Adam Hickey goes 697. 42 under the index. Ray Goodman does not make a representative run. 772, only under the index by 19, 168 miles an hour. And without even looking, I can tell you who that is. Clark Smiley, the most angry sounding car in all of drag racing. That is a gasoline-burning, Roots supercharged, 306 cubic inch small block with a Liberty 5-speed behind it. Don Thomas builds the power for that car. It is a double B altered. He did not get down the racetrack either of his attempts yesterday. And Ken Hawkins on the other side, that is an A Nostalgia dragster. 388 cubic inches of alcohol-burning, mechanically fuel-injected Chevrolet power, basically sitting in his lap. He went 713, 38 under the index yesterday. Well, in baseball terms, that's what's called going 0 for 2.
Yes.
Yes, it is. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah, you're fine. Do what you're doing. So Callie Neff was scheduled to run the Foster car. Foster unable to make the call. 264 cubic inch straight 6 power plant behind her head. She was 53 under yesterday, and as she makes her way down the racetrack, she's going to be eligible for the B field. Goes 778 here. That will put her 58 under the index. Moves her to number 14. Brad Brewer and Rick Brown going to be the next pair out of the water box. So Rick Brown and Brad Brewer. Neither one turned on a win light yesterday in qualifying session number 2. So whoever wins this pair will go into the B field. Brad Brewer, the B altered over in the left lane. Car went 66 under on his first pass. But the car lost fire after the burnout, was unable to make the pass in the second session. Rick Brown in Q1 was 57 under with an 825. There's a small block Chevy, 318 cubic inch power plant underneath the hood scoop of that pickup truck. Formerly campaigned as a pro stock truck at the very tail end of that class's existence. Brad Brewer, the D-stroked pro stock power plant, motivating that Cobalt down the racetrack. Went 68 under a couple of times and no problem at the first Division IV race of the season. Brad turns it red by 4th thou. He's 104 to 60 foot. He's on a pretty good run. And he goes 690 at 201. That is 75 under the index. So Brad Brewer goes number 1 by, well, he was already number 1, but he lowers his own number 1 qualifying spot by a 10th. Is Brad Plord and Monty Bogan going to be your next 2? So Brad Plord, that is a double A altered methanol, a 379 cubic inch small block Hemi with a roots blower. He was 60 under yesterday with a 636. Monty Bogan, currently sitting number 7, 61 under with an 885 in the H Supermod car, super modified. That car did roll off the assembly line as a 92 Camaro. Attention to the pits. Sinead Machine, Top Sportsman, need you now. Top Sportsman, need you now. Brad Plord clicking it before the finish line, getting over by the wall down at the top end. 637, a 100th off of his run yesterday. Monty Bogan let go of the button, and that car went absolutely nowhere. So some driveline issues of some sort. Hopefully they'll be able to get that machine sorted out for first round later today. It's going to bring us to Steve Basgall and Keith Hall. Keith Hall did turn on a win light in qualifying session number 2. 8:49 and 8:48 yesterday. Was the Division 4 Comp Eliminator champ in 2016 and 2017. Holds the record in D Supermod and G Altered. So if Keith Hall wins, he is going to be a part of the A field. Steve Basgall, the trucking manager out of Kansas, qualified number 13 right now, was 59 under yesterday with a 2. Keith Hall was 59 under with a 5, so Keith is 12, Steve 13. So who's going to have shot at bonus money? Is it going to be Steve or is it going to be Keith? Slight advantage at the tree to Steve Basgall by a few hun. And at the finish line, it's going to be Keith Hall, 8:43. 64 under. Should put him about the number 3 spot. Steve goes 7:30 with a 3, improves by a hun. Keith all the way up to the number 2 spot. Steve Basgall moves up to number 9. The bump spot right now, 32 car field. Michael Foster 79 over the index, so if you go under, you will get in. It's Greg Camplain and Joe Mazeris make their way back from the burnouts. A pair of C Dragster automatic machines. If you notice the indexes on the scoreboard, in Comp Eliminator we do have personal indexes, so basically if you are running a different combination within the same class, you don't hurt the class index, but if you go 60 under or better in eliminations, you will receive an adjustment on your personal index. Both of these guys turned on a win light in Q2, so whoever wins this pair will be a part of the A field. Camplain 46 under, 710 has him in the 24 spot. Mazeris was 43 under to go to number 26. Joe Mazeris, 994 to 60 foot. You heard Camplain's machine kind of bog at the head, but he's got the power on the top end. 7 flat, 189 miles an hour. That's going to be an improvement by a 10th. Joe Mazeris, 723. Joe Mazeris, 723 at only 164 miles an hour, so he was off the throttle well before the finish line. John Clegg and Brooke Heckel, your next pair. Brooke, the D Supermod automatic Cavalier. Small block Chevy underneath the hood scoop. She went 50 under yesterday. Medical student at Texas A&M. John Clegg, the double C altered Firebird over in the left lane. Centrifugally supercharged, 402 cubic inch Pontiac power plant. Burning gasoline. He went 50 under to go 697 yesterday. Has him 21st in the field. John has about a dozen businesses, so he's a very, very busy man, including Clegg Industries, one of the great sponsors. John's car soft at the hit, pouring the coals to it at the top end, 790, 168. Brooke left pretty well, 118 to 60 foot, but was out of power before the finish line, 990 at only 126 miles an hour. So John will be a part of the A field. That run over the index, he didn't make a full pull in qualifying session number 2, so doesn't really have much of a shot at the bonus money. Ashton Hudson and Dennis Smiley making their way back. Dennis, the A Econo dragster. This is Shane Heckel's former Comp Eliminator car.
We announced that we need to do is
If you have lost your wallet somewhere on the property, you're going to need to come see me up here in race control. And if you can describe it, I will give it back to you. If not, well, I guess we got beer money then.
There's 20s on one side and dollar bills on the other side.
So Ashton Hudson, the H-altered automatic. Ashton, a ER doctor during the week. Also runs a soap company, comp eliminator, so whole lot of chaos in that man's life. Ashton turns it loose and the car goes right at the hit. And he's out of it. Dennis Smiley, 668-1. 59 under, improves by 3 thou. So he will stay in the number 13 spot. So Craig Bourgeois was supposed to be alongside of
Yep, that's it. No, he just walked off, man.
So Craig Bourgeois, the two-time world champ in comp eliminator, is not yet qualified. The A Nostalgia Dragster out of Metairie, Louisiana. Craig's best is 1086. That's 3 seconds over the index for the A Nostalgia car. Typically see this machine running down in the 690 and 680 range.
Dang, that's pretty quick. I would assume he was probably already on his way up here. All right, well, what you gonna do?
So I would assume that Craig's probably got a lot of timing pulled out of this car at the hit. And indeed he does. 995 60 foot. Much slower than you normally see that car. As he goes 691, 187 miles an hour, 52 under. So Bourgeois is in the number 21 spot. Kenny Laughlin, the car dropped a valve yesterday. He is in the bump spot. Michael Foster and Jason Ochoa are outside looking in. Jared Grenier was supposed to be alongside of Jason Ochoa.
That's gonna be a E&Q. Who's the other guy? Foster. Yeah, who is that?
Foster's broke too.
Oh, okay, so this is the field.
So it appears that the field is set. We need Super Street, first round, Super Street, first round to the lanes. Jared Grenier goes 833, 69 under. And Jared takes over the number 2 spot. Brad Brewer with that monster 75 under run, still sitting number 1. Once again, we need Super Street, first round to the lanes. Super Street, first round to the lanes.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, I was here with
Ed Federkyle, Taylor Chemiskey making their way back to the starting line. Ed Federkyle, the B-altered Planetary, 2012 Avenger.
Do you have anything for
So Ed Federkyle, if he turns on a win light here, he will be a part of the A field. Taylor Chemiskey trying to put himself into the B field in the pro stock truck over on the right side. That is a legit, real deal pro stock truck. Never made a pass in competition in the class. Okay. Taylor goes 761 at 178. Ed Federkyle 717, his best run of the weekend. Wow, Ed Federkyle, yeah, 70 under. So he goes to the number 2 spot. And he was about a day and a half early, 436 on the wrong side of the green light. Taylor Chemiskey, 1 thou red. His slowest pass of the weekend, 761. Sean Dodd, Kayla Mazeris, your next two. Kayla, the 251 cubic inch 4-cylinder Ford, basically half of a pro stock power plant in the K altered automatic for Harlan Towing. Sean Dodd, the C Econo altered, went 61 under on his first pass yesterday. Kayla did win her round in the second qualifying session, so she does the same here. She will be in the A field. Sean trying to fight his way into the B field. Wedge-headed 315 cubic inch small block in Sean Dodd's machine. Kayla rattles the tires at the hit. Car goes right, and she's out of the throttle. Sean with an 816. 43 under, only 146 miles an hour. And Roger Brogdon was supposed to be alongside of Sean Vincent. Sean's still sitting behind the water box. And the little V6 truck roars to life. Screams to life, I guess, would be a more apt description.
I think it sings still.
So Roger Brogdon, the man himself behind the D4 Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund and his company Roof Tech, does a lot of work building roofs down in the Houston area. The B altered automatic went 54 under yesterday to go to the number 19 spot with a 705. Sean Vincent was 47 under the index with an 851. He's sitting down in the number 25 spot out of Omaha, Nebraska. Sean is eligible for the A field. If he were to win here, Roger trying to win his own money back in the B field. Roger's red by 106. 701 Roger, 173. 853 Sean, 156. So no improvement for Sean. But he was under his index on all three qualifying runs as Don Thomas and Chase Williams roll in. So Roger Brogdon moves up to the number 15 spot. On a Sportsman ladder, whoever's in the bottom, at the bottom of the top half of the field races whoever's at the bottom half of the field. So Roger's going to have a favorable first round matchup. Chase Williams, the B Econo dragster, reigning Division 4 Comp Eliminator champion. Over on the left side, Don Thomas right side, C dragster automatic, 327 cubic inch small block out of Amarillo, Texas, the engine builder by trade for Refine Energy Services, Robert Lemming Matco Tools, and Golden Spread Motorplex. Don 52 under with a 708 yesterday, number 20 in the field right now, and Chase Williams 58 under with a 689, occupies the number 16 spot. And Don's car didn't sound like it wanted to go into high gear after spinning the tires at the hit. Chase with traction problems of his own. Both coasting out the top end, no help for either one. That's Mike DePalma. Mike's driven a little bit of everything. Comp Eliminator, Pro Stock truck, Pro Stock, the G-Altered 2008 G5 owned by Lee Sharp out of Tennessee. 298 cubic inch small block nestled underneath the hood. He went 57 under, go to the number 18 spot. And that's Cody Lane for Wright Trailers out of the Division 6 area. Two-time division champ, or three-time division champ, two of them in Division 6, and one of them back in 2021 right here in Division 4. Cody and his dad, Jeff, had one of the rare father-son double-ups. They've done it a couple of times, national and divisional level. Cody's number 12 right now was 60 under with an 835 yesterday. Mike coming out of the 18 spot, 57 under 843. Advantage at the tree to Cody Lane. Both of them off the throttle before the finish line. 847, 143 for DePalma. 885, 120 for Cody. So DePalma goes into the B field. Cody Lane gets ready to race in eliminations later on today. Jeff Taylor and Dwayne Robison. Dwayne, the C-altered Camaro on the far side. Went 63 under with a 729 yesterday, holding down the number 5 spot. And Jeff Taylor for Nickens and Wiley Motorsports. J&A Services, the 4-time world champ. That is a B-altered automatic, 472 cubic inches of D-stroked Pro Stock power. Sent that car to a 694 yesterday, 62 under the index. He is number 7 in the field as we stand right now. Dwayne turns at 8th thou red. And Taylor off the throttle before the finish line stripe, 740, only 140 miles an hour. He was one flat to 60 foot. Pretty solid early numbers for Jeff Taylor. And I believe that is all of our Roof Tech Comp Eliminator machines here in the third and final qualifying session. And final category in qualifying will be Sinead Machine Top Sportsman. Macy Higgins, Kelly Land going to be the first pair down. Street Strip Trucker Off-Road, Mickey Thompson makes tires and wheels for all your high-performance needs. And the best thing about owning a set is that when you do, you become a part of the Mickey Thompson legend, and that is quite an honor. Check out all of our tires and wheels at www.mickeythompsontires.com. With our new Buy It Now feature, you can shop online, compare tire and wheel prices from top performance dealers, and quickly get them to your doorstep with just a few simple clicks. Mickey Thompson, be a part of the legend. So Kelly Land, the 63 split window Corvette out of Amarillo over in the left lane. Went 680 with a 4 to put him in the number 4 spot. And Macy Higgins, the Mulberry, Arkansas-based Dwayne Higgins trucking sponsored 2013 Camaro. 832 cubic inches of Elite Motorsports horsepower. Sent him to a 662 yesterday. He went 62.8 and 62 with a 0. And as with Top Dragster, once we get into eliminations, Top Sportsman is really fast bracket racing, so consistency is the name of the game. Kelly Land went 683 and 680. And as with Top Dragster, the ET cap for the class is 610. Don't think we have any cars on the property that are going to get close to that number, though. Kelly Land turns it red, means nothing in qualifying. Macy goes 661, 207. Kelly 679.9. So they will stay 3 and 4.
Things were found on the ground by the Goodyear truck. They asked around and nobody around there.
All right, appreciate it.
It's a Metropolitan Library key, but it doesn't say anything on it, nothing like that. So.
Okie dokie, appreciate it.
Anything?
Bag money? Fair enough.
You get a water, Coke.
Oh, yeah, I bring my cooler with me every day. Appreciate it. Thank you. Attention to the pits. If you have lost a set of keys, please come see me in the tower. Again, if you have lost a set of keys, please come see me up here in race control. So Tim Wilson, David Bills. Tim Wilson, the twin turbocharged 67 Chevy 2. So David Bills 008 on this end of the racetrack goes 729, 188, 754, 181 for Tim Wilson. So a pair of supercharged machines that could not be more different. Going to be the next pair. Florentino Martin, right-hand side, the centrifugally supercharged 2015 Camaro. Mark Griffin, the compressed air supercharged 68 Camaro. 2 air bottles on board that machine that are pressurized to 3,000 pounds. And it is a closed system from the time he stages the car until the time he crosses the finish line. It is only running on that compressed air. provides some remarkable consistency. He's number 5, went 695 yesterday at over 200 miles an hour. Mark went over 200 miles an hour for the very first time this weekend. And for Florentino Martin, he's sitting number 2 right now with a 645. Did not get down the racetrack on his second pass yesterday. From Villa Hidalgo, Jalisco, Mexico, 7-time Mexican champion. .655, 217 for Florentino. And Mark Griffin's car just kind of sputters off the starting line. Not real sure what happened there. Oh, dude, it's cool. Inside of that car. Ridiculously. Kevin Wilson and Mike Sechrist, your next pair. Sechrist left side, the gas plant operator out of Kansas. Your number 6 qualifier went 725 yesterday. Kevin Wilson, the runner-up at the last race in Houston. Behind the wheel of Eddie Holland's Cavalier. .723 for Sechrist at 189 miles an hour. .771 for Kevin Wilson, 170. Again, consistency, the name of the game once we get into eliminations. That's Alan Firestone. 754 cubic inches of elite motorsports nitrous-fed horsepower underneath the hood. Attention to the pit. Stanfield Racing Engine Super Stock. Super Stock, first round to the lanes. Super Stock, first round to the lanes, please. So Alan Firestone, the oil field operator, owns some wells and some oil field service company out of Velma, Oklahoma. 2-time division champ, a JEGS All-Star winner back in 2020. Has finished in the top 10 nationally each of the last 4 years. He is your number 1 qualifier, 6:38.9 yesterday in competition. No, it's on now. Mic check, mic check, mic check.
It's not working.
Mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check.
There it is. That worked that time.
Alan Firestone off and running. Goes 6:39, 213 miles an hour.
Called Super Stock. These, your first 3 pair. I forgot to give you a copy of it.
Attention to the pits, the 3 designated pairs in Superstock, Harvey Emmons and Hayden Trumbull, RJ Sledge and Mark Norris, Brandon Bakeys, and Jim Hale. We need all of you guys right now to the lanes, and we need the rest of our Superstockers as well. Right now? Just go right into it. Did she say go right into it?
Pretty sure she said that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the first round of eliminations, want to take a moment here. We lost someone very near and dear to a lot of people in Division 4. Mr. Fred Henson passed away this past week. Longtime Superstock racer, ran the Hemi cars, just an iconic competitor out here, friend to many people. Great man, great man. And before we get into our invocation and our national anthem, we would like to ask everyone to please rise and remove your hats and have a brief moment of silence in the memory of Mr. Fred Henson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our invocation with Mr. Joey Keys of Racers for Christ. And please remain standing for our national anthem.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. Lord, you make these days for us, and we are just thankful to be a part of them. Lord, today our hearts are heavy for the Henson family, God, and we're asking that you place your hand of comfort and peace over them. Lord, we are thankful for the many memories that Fred left us, and God, we are just praying for their family and all of our racing community during this time. Thank you for this place. Thank you for Thunder Valley and all the hard work that's been put into this place and all the staff here with NHRA and all of our sponsors. Father, we're asking for your hand of protection over the remaining part of this event. Every pass down this racetrack in the pits and as we head home tonight and tomorrow. We love you, Lord. We're thankful for our country and the freedom that we have. We ask, God, that you protect those who serve in our country and all of our first responders. We thank you for this day, and Lord, may you protect it. In Jesus' name, amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Well, folks, it is eliminations time here at Thunder Valley Raceway Park. Super Street, the 1090 class, going to be the first category down. Reagan Wilson and Ray Todd going to lead us off. There's Reagan. Ray Todd rolling in on the left side. So Reagan Wilson, the 69 C10 pick-em-up truck. Former Jegs All-Star rep. National event win back in 2008 in Chicago. The street legal 632 cubic inch powered machine. And Ray Todd out of Belleville, Texas. Big block Chevy powered 68 Chevy Nova. Goal, get to the finish line first without going quicker than 1090. Green and green. Ray out front. Here comes Reagan. Big time top end charge from the truck. Who's it going to be? Give it to Reagan Wilson, 34 up front, dead on with an 8, 10.908, 143 miles an hour. Ray Todd, better on the tree, took 200ths and went under by 1. Chuck Weir, Chris Presley, your next pair. Chucky, that supercharged Coyote-powered Chevy Nova wagon. And Chris Presley, the Longview, Texas-based 69 Camaro. We are off and running in eliminations. Green, a pair. Off the stop at 1,000 foot. Chucky's out front. Finish line. Chucky's out front. Chuck was 10 at the tree, goes 1 over with a 4. 24 total for the win. Chris Presley, 15 at the tree, goes 10.93.8, and no good. Chuck Weir moves on. Chris Presley goes to the trailer. Milo Elkins and Billy Hughes, your next two. A couple of first-gen Camaros. Elkins on the far side out of Beach City. Can't remember the last time we had 3 pairs in a row to start Super Street eliminations and nobody went red. Give this one to Billy Hughes, 21 at the tree, 1 over with a 2. Milo Elkins, 26 up front, 3 over 9. Not quite enough to get the job done. Billy Hughes moves on. Jamie Cordell, Cody Melton, your next pair. I believe Warren was right. I may have jinxed it. Jamie Cordell, 35 on the wrong side of the tree. Cody Melton, 001. Huh? Cody Melton, 001, goes 10.16 at 110 miles an hour. Interesting. Wendell Shelton, the 66 Chevy 2 left side. Gage Wilson, 17 years young, over in the right lane.
I don't think we'll stop.
12 up front, Wendell Shelton, and Gage takes too much stripe. He gets there 12 thou ahead, under by 5 thou. He had a window and slammed it shut. Wendell Shelton, 2 over with a 0 for the win. Eric Speck, Jimmy Denham, Jimmy the S10 over on the left side. Eric, the Tuttle, Oklahoma-based Chevelle on the far side of the racetrack. 10.90, the name of the game in Super Street. Brought to you by Wood Tucker Racing. Jimmy Denham got some work to do at the top end. Let's see if he can get it done, and he does. Double breakout. Hide the sharp objects in Eric's pit area. He had about 400 in his pocket at the tree, gets there by 400 and goes under 87.4. Jimmy 87.6. Jimmy 2 thou closer to the index, so Jimmy moves on. Del Hall, Mindy Ashley, your next pair. The Camaro over on the right side, that's Mindy. Del Hall in the Grand Prix. Oh boy. Oh boy. One of them was 001. And it was, in fact, Del Hall. Mindy was 54 at the tree. Not bad. Not great. Not bad, though. But Del, 001. 10.96 at 138 for the win. As Brandon Harris and Dennis Harrelson come up. Dennis looking to go 2 in a row. Hoisted the Wally at the end of the Houston race. He's over on the right-hand side, the second-gen Camaro. Brandon Harris, the first-gen, out of Tulsa. Over on the 187 Customs side of the racetrack. Only 4th thou between them up front. Dennis Harrelson gets there 5 hunt ahead. Brandon Harris did not give him a window. Brandon was dead on with a 1. There were 4th thou apart in reaction time, with Brandon being better on that end of the racetrack as well. So Dennis was locked out from the second he left the starting line. Wade Metzinger in the Barracuda. Dennis Hilburn in the Thunderbird. Combination of cars you don't see too often in Super Street. Oh my. You could see that one with the naked eye. But out of principle, I'm not going to say it until now I can say it. Wade was 32, Dennis was 189. 11 flat, 133 for Wade for the win. Mark McCall, Greg Parson. Next pair down the racetrack. Mark in the Trans Am, Greg in Olin Gotcher's 77 Nova known as Sluggo. Mark running for SRT Jack's Wax and Pit Stop Cafe. Greg, a 4-time Super Street Division 4 champion. Matt, did you take your medicine this morning? Greg Parson, 006, 1 over with a 2, 18 total for the win. Good lap right there for Greg. Mark McCall, 27 up front. Not bad, but not good enough. He goes under by 14 thou. So Andrew Withers over in the right lane. Oh my. Andrew Withers was 006 at the tree. Apparently had the setup wrong, goes 1068. Tony Jones was 35 up front, 1087 for the win. I don't think anybody's holding 210s. Colton Pear, Jared Ross roll in. Jared, that wicked cool Anglia. Colton in the Nova. Jared 007 red, Colton 007 green. Top end. Wow, Colton 007 up front, dead 4. How about 11 total for Colton Pear? Jared goes 1092, 145, but the evil red eye comes on his side of the racetrack. Kent Height, the street legal wheel standing gremlin, the reigning Division 4 Super Street champ, and Ross Ragland, the 69 Camaro. For those of you that don't know, the Gremlin is the car in the right side of the racetrack. And if you can't tell the difference between a Gremlin and a 69 Camaro, I don't know what to tell you. Both of them getaway green. And Ross Ragland going to turn on the win light. 24 at the tree, 2 over with a 4. Ken Height was 36 up front, 6 over. Not enough to get it done, and Ross Ragland goes to round 2. Kent Height can start the drive back to Louisville, and he can literally just drive the car out the gate and get on the road. Brian Gustafson, Albie Merrill. Albie, the 4th gen Camaro. Gustafson, the Mopar, over on the left side. Albie out front. Brian off the stop, closing the gap, 1,000 foot. Albie still out front, finish line. Albie's out front by too much. 6 thou between them at the tree. Albie gets there 3 hunt ahead and goes under by 8 thou. Oy vey. 1092, 126. Gustafson for the win. Trip West and Hunter Kendall the next pair. Couple of Camaros. 1st gen left side, that's Trip. 2nd gen right side, that's Hunter. Couple of Okies going at it. Tripp, the back-to-back Ardmore track champ in 2020 and 21. Finish line stripe. This one's going to go to Tripp West. 004 on this end of the racetrack. 20 total for the win. Hunter Kendall, 13 at the tree, under by 2 thou. He had a small window of about 7 thou, but not much. Not much room to get it done. Ricky Sellers and Joe Lytle, the next pair. Joe, the Chevelle, over on the far side. Ricky, the owner of Hop and Sack Convenience, and the 66 Nova, based out of Lawton. So 4 Huns separate them on this end. Oh, boy. Joe Lytle's going to be banging his head against the side of the trailer. He was 22 at the tree, had 4 Hun advantage, gets there by 6 Hun, and goes under by 14 thou. Ricky Sellers was dead 7, but was 067 on this end of the racetrack. Wayne Pratt, Ray Dew. Ray, the Nova, over in the far side out of League City, Texas. Wayne out of Blooming Grove over in the left lane. And Ray's 24 red. He is done. Wayne's 008 goes 1088 with a 7, 137. Ray just coasting on through the top end. As Don Snow and Buddy Wood roll in for Wood Tucker Racing, Hughes Converters, Wood and Tucker Clan, sponsors of Super Street and Division 4 competition. Buddy the Cavalier, Don in the 65 Corvette.
Well, she's my granddaughter, but we moved her up to the big, we adopted her.
Buddy Wood way out front, using that top end throttle stop. Goes 1096 at 109 for the win. Don Snow was closing at about 30-mile-an-hour difference. Gets there by 400 and goes under. Starting line advantage for Buddy. Gets him the win. Greg Simbeck, Josh Peterson. A couple of first-gen Camaros. Simbeck left side. Slick black car out of Midlothian. Works in the aerospace industry. And Josh Peterson, the teacher out of Kansas. So Josh Peterson just took Greg Simbeck to school on the starting line, slapped an 11 light on him, goes 10.98.0. Simbeck 98 with a 4. So Peterson moves on. Attention the pit. Sportsman Motorcycle and JC3 Energy Super Comp need you to the lanes for first round. Sportsman Motorcycle and Super Comp first round to the lanes. Last and final call for Super Stock. If you are not there, you are tardy, tardy, tardy. So Olivia Carroll right side, Chase Huffman left for Accelerated Graphics and RPM Weather, R&M Race Trailer, Scoggin Dickey Parts Center Race Shop. Green and green, Olivia out front. Chase closing fast. Win light to Olivia, 1092, 120. Huffman was 1096 at 130 miles an hour, couldn't get there, and Olivia goes to the next round. John Long, Heath Phillips, both getaway green. Long out front in the first gen. Heath Phillips off the stop, closing. Does he have enough racetrack? Too much racetrack. John Long, 22 at the tree, goes under by 9 thou. Heath Phillips under by more. So John Long moving on to the next round. As Tony Stewart and Hayden Brown. Pair of Camaros. Tony the third gen. Tony rolled through the beams. Hayden Brown goes 23 at the tree and then goes dead 3. 132 miles an hour. So Thomas Marlowe in the Nova in the left lane. Ashley Cordell, the second gen Camaro, over on the far side.
Yeah. Looks like what was supposed to happen.
Ashley with a big time advantage at the tree. Woo! Ashley takes 2 hun, goes dead 6. Thomas Marlowe under by 6 thou. Ashley made that a little bit too close for comfort down there on the big end of the racetrack. But the win light comes on, and she will move on to the next round. Jay Bunce left, Mike Britt right. Uh-oh. One of these guys was 007. The other was not. And it was Jay Bunce that was 007 at the tree. Mike Britt was 125. And Brittany DeVore her opponent not able to answer the call. She may actually have gotten the bye run here. Well, either way, she's 002 up front. And she goes 1086, 129. And that will do it for Wood Tucker Racing Super Street first round. Super Stock, presented by Stanfield Racing Engines, rolling in. So your first pair, Stanfield Racing Engine Super Stock. Mark Norris right side, RJ Sledge left. Mark the Super Stock C Automatic Belvedere, dialed 990, 1050 the number for RJ. If you're new to the world of NHRA drag racing, it's going to be a handicap start. But the goal is the same as in Super Street. Get to the finish line first without going quicker than that number you see on the scoreboard. Closing fast in the Mopar product, and it's going to be a double breakout. Give it to Mark Norris. 989.7 under by 3 thou. RJ under by 5 hun. He got there by 3 hun. And Mark did not give him much of a window. Next pair down is going to be so Brandon Bakey's supposed to be alongside of Jim Hale. And Hale gets pushed off. Brandon Bakey's will solo his way into round number 2. The factory Superstock F Copo Camaro. Can purchase these cars as you see right now from your local GM dealer. So if you want to go super stock racing, but maybe don't possess the technical know-how to build one of these cars yourself or don't want to, and you got some pretty deep pockets, just go pick one up. So Brandon dialed 951, but when there's nobody in the other lane, it does not really matter how quick he goes, as long as he does not run quicker than his chassis certification. There's different safety requirements come into play the quicker you go. Brandon's 17 on this end of the racetrack. Right down Broadway goes 949, 139. Puts himself into the second round. And this is Norm Marsden, was supposed to be alongside of James Kunkel. James not able to answer the call for first round, so Norm will solo his way into round 2. The Santo, Texas-based 283 powered 66 Chevy 2. Superstock K automatic machine sponsored by Lucas Oil. Nobody in the other lane. Norm did not put a dial in on his car. That 1125 you see on the scoreboard is the Superstock K Automatic Class Index. There's JB Clegg and Keaton Mahi going to be your next two. Keaton, the Superstock A modified stock 1990 Trans Am, 358 cubic inch small block underneath the hood with a single 4-barrel carburetor. And JB Clegg for Mission Garage, Clegg Industries. The stick shift car, dials 964. He's going to move first by little less than half a second. Keaton turns it red and hikes the front end way up in the air. Good thing for JB that he turned it red, because JB with problems off the starting line, and we now have the side-by-side slowest pass of the weekend. 2171 and a 2293. Huh. Do 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 do. Okay, that's enough of that. As Hayden Trumbull, Harvey Emmons wait patiently the top end of the racetrack to get cleared. Come on, fellas, I'm growing a beard up here. Well, more of one. Kyle said, at least you're not growing a mullet. Well, Kyle, I got some news for you. I can't. My hairline is running away from my eyebrows. So Hayden Trumbull, the GTD automatic 67 Camaro in the left lane with LS power. LS engines were only about 30 years away from being produced when this car rolled off of the assembly line. GT designation for super stock. If you were not with us earlier in the weekend, basically means that the power plant in the car was not offered as an option from the factory. So no, LS power plants did not come in 67 Camaros, and 350 small blocks were not offered in 2005 Cavaliers. For Harvey Emmons over the right side, Harvey dialed 944. Green light, green light. Lucas Oil Machine trying to chase down the Camaro. Win light going to Harvey Emmons in a double breakout. Harvey 39.9 on a 44, 89.3. Hayden under by over a tenth. So Harvey will move on, as Brenda Grubbs and Jeff Franklin will be your next pair. GTD automatic 454 powered 92 Camaro for Franklin. Trying to bullseye a 972, 907 the target for the National Parts Depot sponsored Camaro of Brenda Grubbs. Out of Magnolia, but has a Division II competition number. Does a lot of racing in that part of the country. Was the Jegs All-Star winner back in 08. Green and green. Jeff's still out front at 1,000 foot, and Jeff's still out front at the quarter-mile mark. He goes one over with a 4. Was 39 up front. Brenda had a little over 200 in her pocket at the starting line, but just couldn't run the numbers. She goes 9:15 on a 9:07, and she will go to the trailer. See her a little bit later on when stock eliminator comes up. Final call for Sportsman Motorcycle and JC3 Energy Super Comp. You should be in the lanes. If you are not there, you are tardy to the party. Vic Penrod, the Superstock C Automatic, 427 powered 69 Camaro. 2019 world champ in stock or Superstock. Dale Holquist, the GTJ Automatic, Pontiac small block powered Cobalt. Penrod turns it red, as he apparently wanted the light to match his car. Hulk was moving on, 993 on a 987. Penrod was dead 4, but too quick on the trigger. Jason Mola, Jeff Heffler. Jeff in the Superfly shoebox Chevy. Now sporting an LS power plant. Actually, a Copo power plant. Factory GTC machine for the owner of Pro One Racing and Safety. And Jason Mola, down from the D6 part of the country. Kent, Washington, where he calls home, the GTL Automatic 305 small block powered Olds Calais. About 0.8 of a second head start going to the Oldsmobile. Jason dialed 1020. Jeff throws a 938 on the window. Win light, Jeff Heffler. He had the advantage at the tree, 15 to 38. He goes 44.6 on a 38. 25 with a 2 on a 20 for Jason, and by 9 thou. Jeff Heffler parks himself in the next round. Jason Stoll and Terry Emmons, your next two. Jason, the Superstock J Automatic 350 small block Firebird. Vic Penrod helping out, Penrod Racing Service. He's dialed 1014, 906, the number for Terry Emmons, the Superstock B modified stocker. Single 4-barrel carburetor sitting on top of that 321 cubic inch small block power plant. Nine thou on the wrong side of the tree for Jason. His weekend is done. It's Terry Emmons going to stop the clock with a 9:06.1, dead on with a 1 for Terry. Brings up Brittany Blackman and Gary Emmons. Gary, a 10-time national event winner and 8-time Division IV champ in the Lucas Oil Machine. He's going to move first, 10:15 the target. Brittany throws a 9:68 up on the board. The GTH Automatic Cobalt. Emmons out front at half track. Brittany going to have some work to do at the finish line, and she's going to get it done. Looked like Emmons may have got over by the wall, had to take his foot out of it. Brittany goes right on by for the win, 73 on a 68. Emmons was 005 at the starting line, but could not get it done. Walt Walker and Craig Gaultier, the next pair. Craig going to spot Walt about a full second. Walt trying to go 10:57, 9:59, the number for the Amarillo, Texas-based Cavalier. Final call, Super Comp, final call. You should be in the lanes. If you are not there, you are very, very late. Sounded like Craig's car may have stumbled down low. So he got some ground to make up on the top end, and not going to happen for him. He actually does get there first, but he goes under by 11 thou. Walt Walker won over with a 6. He will move on. Jeff Miller and David Sidlow, pair of Camaros coming at you next. Sidlow, the gas man out of Fredericksburg, sells propane and propane accessories during the week. He's dialed 1009. Jeff Miller, 984 the target for the first-gen Camaro, small block car based out of Pearland, Texas. Miller making a move to the left right off the starting line. Sidlow was 107 on this end of the racetrack, brought his pillow to the starting line with him. Miller was 41 up front, goes 991 on a 984. Good enough to turn on the win light and move on. Jerry Emmons and Hunter Pierdola. Hunter also passes gas for a living. Hunter works for David Sidlow. The GTH Automatic 454 powered Firebird, 968 the target, 1003 the number for the Lucas Oil Camaro of Jerry Emmons. Green and green. Win light here to Emmons. Jerry 20 up front, dead 5. Hunter was 51 at the tree and had no shot. Under by 6 thou. And still couldn't get there. Thomas Marlowe, Darrell Brown, your next two. Darrell, your number 1 qualifier. At 103 under the index. 868 is the dial for that factory Superstock C drag pack Challenger. Thomas Marlowe, the Cavalier, throws a 942 up on the board. Thomas might be in trouble. Yep, 008 light Darrell Brown goes 875 and an 868, was off the throttle before the finish line. Thomas Marlowe 970, well off pace from the 942 dial. And that will put a nice little bow on Stanfield Racing Engine Superstock first round. Sportsman motorcycle rolling into the water box. First pair of scooters down the racetrack, Eddie Glaze and Phil Yates. Eddie Glaze over on the far side, 902 dial. 814 is the target for Phil Yates on the Wichita, Kansas-based ZX14. Fast Eddie coming out of the Houston area. Bill Yates, the railroader out of Kansas. Wonder if he works on the KCS rail line. That's a Turnpike Troubadours reference, if anybody does not know. Eddie Glaze way over by the center line. Phil saw that, was off the throttle well before the stripe. Phil was 007 on this end of the racetrack, 855. Only 132 miles an hour. Eddie coasts to a 1067. Almost kicked one of the blocks down there as he made his way down the racetrack as Vince McCullough and Ricky Kay come up. Ricky would like to give himself a early birthday or a birthday present by turning on some wind lights here today. He's dialed 890 on the right side. Vince at 933. Oh, baby. Ricky drifting towards the center line as well. Top end, wind light. Ricky Kay, how about this? Vince McCullough was 007 and left the starting line at second. Ricky Kay, 004. Under by 4th thou. Vince under by more. 930 and a 933, no good. And Ricky Kay marches on to round two. Michael Lacey and Brenda Kay, the next pair. Brenda just saw her husband move on. Would like to join him in round two. 866 the dial for Brenda. Michael throws an 867 on the dial-in board. So, as I mentioned earlier, Sportsman motorcycles qualify on action. Michael Lacey with 517 green, red, and then 16 green. And Michael Lacey off pace goes 916 on the 867. Brenda easily finding her way into round two, goes 34 at the tree, 880 on the 866. Brings up Dwayne Tucson, or Shug as he's known. 960 dial for the Lake Charles, Louisiana-based rider over on the left side. And John Fitzpatrick, down from Kansas, trying to go 855. Back-to-back Division 5 champ in 2017 and 2018. Shug riding the rear tire for the first 60 feet. And that may have hurt him, and it did. John Fitzpatrick, well, that hurt him too. He was 169 on this end. John Fitzpatrick was 30 at the tree. 865 for John. Shug was actually 63 on a 60, so better on the racetrack. But John Fitzpatrick winning that one at the starting line. Corey Ellie and Robert Sanders the next two. Robert has himself a pro mod. He's driven Top Sportsman. Riding the scooter out here this weekend. 793 dial. Going to spot almost 3 seconds to Corey Ellie, who's trying to go 1075 on the Cunningham side of the racetrack. Slight advantage to Corey at the tree. At the finish line, it's going to be Robert Sanders dead on with an 8. Corey goes 82 on a 75, little off pace, and Robert Sanders moves on. Tony Davis, Randy Marcy, the next pair. If you're watching the Christmas tree and you're wondering why the top 2 lights come on at the same time, that is called crosstalk. And basically what that does is it basically turns it into a pro tree for these guys. They have a delay box on the motorcycles. You're going to see the same thing in Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. And there's a preset delay in the delay box. They let go of the button on the steering wheel. As soon as they see that top light come on, uh-oh. Randy Marcy was laid off the tree and then problems down track. Tony Davis was 64 on this end, coast to an 873. Easily turning on the win light. Not sure if Randy's bike's still under power or not. He is just now getting to the finish line. Only 20 miles an hour. So he may need some help getting off the top end of the racetrack. So the way a delay box works, there's a preset amount of delay based on the driver's average reaction time. There's also a place for you to program in your dial in as well as your opponent's dial in. And from that point, it basically automated. You stage, press the button, top light comes on. Take your finger off, deck the motor, and then away you go. 786 is the dial from Michael Nash over on the right side. So he's going to spot exactly a full second to Derek Dory. Both these guys very successful in the Sportsman motorcycle category. Derek, a 9-time winner on the D4 circuit. Michael Nash, the 3-time Division 4 champ. 2-time Summit ET champ. And both these guys have hoisted Wallies at the JEG Sports Nationals down at No Problem Raceway. Oh. Derek Dory obviously did not look over his shoulder at any point. He was 006, goes 2 over with a 2. Michael Nash was 347 at the tree, goes 1688. Derek Dory took 9 seconds of stripe to go 2 over with a 2. As JC3 Energy Super Comp rolls into the water box, I'm going to turn it over to Country Kyle to tell you about it.
All righty, everybody. How y'all doing? Decided to come up here and hang out for a little bit and see what we got going on in JC3 Energy Super Comp. So here we go with JC3 Energy Super Comp. On the 187 custom side, it's Blake Allen, 41 on the scoop. Division 4 champ last year. PD on the right side, 2014 American. Out of Dallas, down the DFW area. Gonna see what he can make happen against Mr. Blake Allen in JC3 Energy Super Comp. Stage bulbs are on. We'll see what we got here shortly. There goes the pro tree. They get on the stops. Both drivers less than stellar. But Blake Allen going to take home the win and go to the next round. 54 on the bulb, 92 with a 2. on the big end and gets there first by 9 thousandths of a second. Beatty, 84, drops it dead one to no avail. So Mr. Blake Allen going to the next round. Next pair out, Joseph Swan out of Wiley, Texas on the Cunningham side of the racetrack, and Leonard Greathouse. Leonard out of Lorena, Texas. The 2010 Lawson Dragster. Somebody's got about 20 in the bank, but it did not work out for him. Joseph takes 37 to break it out down there, and the win light going to Leonard. Gets a little closer to that 890. Joseph 886.5. Leonard 888 or 887.8. Kyle Sechrist on the near side, one of our local racers out of Norman, Oklahoma, just a little bit down the way, and Jeff Lopez out of Fort Worth. Once again, this is JC3 Energy Super Comp. Both cars green, and we got a drag race, a good one that is. A foul, the difference in the win light going to Kyle, 36 dead on with a 9, not too shabby. Lopez a foul behind from the get-go, and behind by 5 on the big end of the racetrack. And we have Shauna Brinkley out of Highland, Texas on the 1A7 custom side. Dan Foley, you know the name, on the Cunningham side of the racetrack. Out of Frisco, the 2015 TNT machine. And Foley goes down there, 890 dead on with a 5. As Shauna rolls the beams. And we got Ross Larice on the Cunningham side. Out of Raceland, Louisiana. The insurance executive with Larice Motorsports Insurance. And Chase White. Over here out of Tecumseh. Fairly close to the old drag strip. And we got a drag race. Tree comes down. They are cruising on. White out in front, getting chased down by Larice. Larice gets there first by 7th out. To break it out, 2 had to take 5 or less. Chase White, 12 on the bulb, 93 with a 2 on the 890 down there. So white going to the next round. We have Michael Bailey out of Midlothian, Texas. Midlothian. My bad. All these Texas names. I think I got them on Oklahoma names, though. Kimbo out of Blanchard over here on the right side. Michael just barely turns on the stage bulb, and they're cruising on down. Kimbo out in front and breaks it out down there, 887.1. Michael Bailey, 887.4. Kimbo, 887.1. Difference in the race, 0.003 of a second down there on the top end. So the win light going to Michael. He will be back up here for round 2 of JC3 Energy Super Comp. Eliminator, stock eliminator. We need you to the lanes, guys. Stock eliminator. We need you to the staging lanes. Stock eliminator. Michael Bajorn and Mike Green. Couple of Mikes doing battle. Green on the right side out of Moore, Oklahoma. And Michael out of Justin, Texas. Red light start for Michael. 14 on the red side. Green is 14 on the green side. And kicks it 92 with a 7 down there on the big end. As Bajorn goes red and eases off the throttle. And he will go home. Shannon Brinkley, 187 side, and Brett Kappas. Kappas in the Land Run Machine. Rocking the Goodyears on the back. And Shannon in the Roof Tech Dragster. Again, we need stock eliminator. Stock eliminator. We need you to the lanes. Pre-stage bulbs are on. They go down the drag strip. And Kappas kicks at 5 on the wrong side. So Shannon with the 888.3. We cruise on down to the next round. Round 2, that is. Chris Vang on the right side. Sterling, Colorado. Up there in the D5 area. And Justin Frost. Justin out of Haslett, Texas. The 2008 TNT machine. Justin won Super Comp a couple of years back out here at Nobile. He's going to try and do it again this weekend. We'll see what happens. They bump them in ever so slightly. And they're off. Left lane missed the tree by a little bit. That's Justin Frost. So Chris Vang, 39.93 with an O. Gets there first by 33. We'll go on to the second round. Now we have Darian Dennett out of Rose Hill, Kansas, another D5 representative. One of my favorite cars on the property. The Flappers. Christopher Benham out of Crosby, Texas. The 2009 Ray Allen Dragster. On the Cunningham side of the racetrack. No throttle stop in the left lane. Right lane going to be chasing him down. And how about that? Christopher Benham, 002, dead on with a 4, gets there by 10. If I did my math right, that's 6 total. Runner-up time, Darian, 20. Breaks it out at 4 down there. Didn't have enough room to get in on it. Renee Crisoni, the Cunningham side of the racetrack, the 2023 Danny Nelson machine. Brand new out the shop. Kevin Dyke on the near side. Out of Manitoba, Canada, that is. Down to the end of the racetrack, win line going to the right side. Trine. Kevin was 008 and breaks it out. 9 thou down there. Trine breaks it out. 2 thou. Was behind by 29. It do be like that sometimes. So Kevin with the better reaction time. Going home. Eliminator. Stock eliminator. We need you to the lanes, please. Stock eliminator. We need you to the lanes. Derek Purvis, out of Missouri City, Texas. The aspiring bourbon tester. Aspire to be that too. And Cecil Johnson, been racing for 33 years on the right side. We'll see what ends up on the top end. The left lane going to get the win. Cecil slows down. There's 3 thou difference in the reaction time. With Cecil having problems. And Derek decides to slow down a little bit so he don't break out down there. Now we have Mark Powers and Michael Johnston. The painter on the right side. And Mark Powers out of Buda, Texas, the IT project manager. Man, Michael Johnston got lucky right there. 134 on the bulb, and Mark Powers kicks it 13 on the red side. So Johnston getting by barely up here. But he's going to the next round. John Alonso. Out of Lubbock. The Skog and Dickey Performance Race Shop dragster on the near side. And Kirk Kappas out of Yukon, Oklahoma, around this neck of the woods. In the Munden machine. Alonso kicks it on the red side, 14 to be exact, 11 for Kappas. Drops at 878 down there, going super fast, but getting the win line. Sean Neidig on the right side. We were talking about that car yesterday. If you were wondering, yes, that's paint. And Mike Van Winkle and the 89 Bogey Scott over here on the 187 custom side. the old school machine. Down to the end, who's it gonna be? And how about Sean? 21, 92.7 on the 90 down there. Mike Van Winkle kicks at 57 on the green side and drops it dead 4 to be behind by 13 thousandths of a second. Todd Irwin out of Kennedale was rocking the 41 on the scoop last year. And Chet Tucker, half of Wood Tucker Racing, on the 187 side. Tucker in the shorty, and Irwin in the American. Well, we got a drag race. Chet Tucker out in front and gets the win, and that, ooh, man. Todd Irwin, 000 on the bulb. The car can't run the number, so Chet Tucker was swinging for it, 002, and lets out on the top end to get the win. Hannah Walter over on the right side, the banker, out of Mineral Wells area. Dwayne Hawkins, D5 entry, out of Wichita, Kansas, the 2000 undercover machine. Over here on the 187 custom side, Walter, on the Cunningham side of the racetrack. Both cars are staged, and there goes the Christmas tree. And down to the end of the racetrack, somebody's behind in the win light going to Dwayne, 19,888.3. Hannah, 52, ain't going to get her done today. Runner-up time goes 8:84 down there. Now we got Michael Holcomb. Michael, out of LaPorte, Texas, rocking number 6. You know what that means. He's done some winning before. And Bree Johnson, out of Division 5. Over there on the Cunningham side of the racetrack. Gonna be a drag race down there. We'll see what we got. 12 the difference in the win light going to Michael. 28 was behind by 12 on the get-go. Drops at 91 with a 1. Bree gets there first by 51 to break it down there. Could have got in on it, but took a little too much stripe down there on the big end of the racetrack. Another 12 thou difference in the win line going to Jessica Bogacki. How about that lick right there? 005, dead on with a 3 to be 8 total. Nathan Martin 17 and behind from the beginning. The win line going to Jessica Bogacki. And we need stock eliminator. Stock eliminator. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Stock eliminator. Mike Seacrest on the near side. And Landon Exner. Exner out of Pasadena. And Mike out of Wichita, Kansas. They are off. Right lane out in front by a little bit. A little bit too much, that is. Landon Exner, 003, 888-2. Breaks it out, 18 thousandths down there. Mike Seacrest, 57, dead on 0. Gonna get her done. Landon had the race. Just needed to get off the throttle. A-Dub Austin Williams. The 2023 Miller Machine. Rocket number 2. Runner-up in last year's Super Comp Points Championship. Clint Costello. Mr. Margarita. A 187 custom side of the racetrack. Eliminator, stock eliminator, last call, guys, last call for stock eliminator. A-Dub and Mr. Margarita cruising down the drag strip. And A-Dub out in front and will get the win. He was actually 3 behind, I just can't see. And Clint, 56, 887-3, takes a little bit too much down there, but was mathematically ineligible as Austin Williams, 1491 with an 8 down there, gonna get her done. It was Steve Evans on the right side. Steve out of Moore, Oklahoma. And his occupation is done. Tammy over there, making sure he does it right. And Jason Medlin out of Reno, Texas. The 2005 Mullis Machine on the near side. They come off the stop and they are gone. 5 thou was the difference, but the win line going to Jason. 5 thou behind from the get-go, but drops a dead 5. Steve Evans, 20, takes too much down there and can't get her done. Burn and rolling. Mr. Byrne over here. 187 side, Mr. Foggett himself. Old Ronnie G, Ron Gibson. The Cunningham side of the racetrack. I believe that's actually Eric Gibson. So Mr. Foggett bumps it in. The R&W Automotive Machine on the right side playing chase with the dragster. We'll see what we got. The win line going to Vern, 1491 with a 9. On the big end of the racetrack, gets there first by 16. Gibson, 794-2. Can't get it done. John Warren and Landon Martinez. Martinez on the 187 side. Had the reaction time advantage and got her done. John Warren, 889.2 down there, takes 22. The win line going to Landon as John missed the bulb by a whole bunch. Heath Phillips out of Scurry, Texas. A sales manager, and Rick Huffman. The accelerated graphics and signs. American Dragster on the right. Boys and girls, we got a drag race. Huffman out in front, but can't get her done. Breaks it out by 8 thou on the big end. Takes 35. Heath Phillips was behind by 3 little ones. And drops at 92 with a 4 down there and gets her done. So Huffman will load on up. That brings us to our next pair. There's Rodney Frazier and Christopher Dodd. If you watched racing in Division 4, you know the runner out of Double Oak, Texas. Has some accolades. 2020 Super Comp World Champ, 2021 Super Comp World Champ, and much, much more. Turned on some win lights before, and Rodney Frazier. No slouch. They bump him on in. Get down there. Win line going to the right side. That's Dodd. 14 was behind by 7 from the get-go. Drops at dead 5 to get there first by 1 small one. Rodney Frazier, 007, 891.3. That's some close drag racing right there. As I said, a difference in the race, 1/1000th of a second. Now we got Keisha Huffman, the Rugburn Raceway machine. Go holler at him. If you haven't seen him on Facebook, then little rugs are pretty sweet. And Wes Collins, out of Lincoln, Nebraska. 2009 racecraft on the near side. You see Keisha go down there and whack the throttle a couple times. Man, that one was weird. Wes Collins missed the bulb by all of it. On the left lane, 876.5 for Wes Collins. Keisha Huffman, 71.98 with a 4, gets her done. Goslow out of Combine, the plumber, and Charlotte Heffler. Miss a Pro 1 Racing and Safety Products on the right side. A double red light start. The win light should go to the left side, Devin Goslow. Here we go with our buy run. Kevin Wilson out of Magnolia, Texas, the engineering manager on the 187 side of the racetrack, and that does it for JC3 Energy Super Comp. Our last one going down. We will now move to Stock Eliminator, and I will pass the mic back over to Mr. Chris. Pre-stage bulb, stage bulbs on. Let's go. 37 on the bulb. And we'll pilot the American down to the end of the racetrack to an 887. All righty, guys. Once again, a Stock Eliminator coming out next here at our Lucas Oil division race at Thunder Valley Raceway Park.
All right, so we go back into stock eliminator. This is first round of eliminations. Brent Vogue's left side, the M stock automatic 68 Mustang. Going to be taking on Eddie Browder, the G stock automatic third gen Camaro over on the right hand side. Eddie throws an 11.29 up on the window, a 12.46 the target for Brent. So Eddie turns it red by 6 hun. Brent Vogues goes 12.41, only 94 miles an hour. Attention to the pits. Houston Cheap Fireworks Super Gas. Houston Cheap Fireworks Super Gas. We need you to the lanes, please. Daryl Hamlin left side, Will Carroll right side. C stock automatic Camaro for Daryl. The B stock automatic big block 69 Chevelle for Will. Just about 4/10 of a second head start going to the F body. And Will couldn't wait that long, turns at 24 red. Daryl is 19 on this end of the racetrack. He's going to get down there to a 10.97, 120 miles an hour. Will was dead 7, but 2.5 ton hun too quick on this end of the racetrack. Everett Vassar and Tim Ames, your next two. Tim, the F body over on the right-hand side, the 4th gen Camaro, A stock automatic car, 1056 target, 1090 is going to be the dial for Tim Ames, the 340 Duster. E stick shift car, so Tim's going to be banging gears going down the racetrack. Gotta love some stick shift cars. And Tim turns at 12 red, so the Millennial Theft device will not be going on to the next round. Everett Vassar 002 on this end of the racetrack goes 1063 on a 1056. Tim Ames was under by 16 thou, but 12 thou too quick at the tree. That is not original. I did not come up with that one.
Well, you should take credit.
Well,
Everybody keeps the truth.
Yeah. If it was an original, it would probably be a little bit more risque than that. So Bobby Brannon, the B stock automatic 5th gen left side. Danny Rucker, the H stock automatic 1st gen 69 Camaro right side. Danny getting over a full second head start. And the 350 small block powered car, and then Bobby Brannon going to unleash the LS machine. Try to run him down on the big end of the racetrack. Green, green. Bobby getting way over near the center line, just past 330, trying to reel it in. Does he have enough racetrack to make it up? Yes, he does. But it's a double breakout. Danny Rucker, 44 on this end, had 200 advantage at the tree, goes under by 7 thou. Bobby under by 15 thou, 42.5 on a 44. Larry Dyke, John Breimer, pair of factory stockers coming at you. Breimer, the factory stock AA Cobra Jet Mustang, 870 the target. Larry trying to bullseye a 901 in the Copo over in the left lane. John, a multi-time national event winner. Both of them green at the hit. Blue oval trying to track down the bow tie. Top end, not going to happen. Larry Dyke dead on with a 4. Breimer dead on with a 3. But 14 thou advantage at the starting line to Larry. So, Canada moves on to the next round. April Merrill, Bryce Grenier, your next pair. Bryce, the B-Stock Automatic, LS-powered 4th gen. Gonna spot about 0.8 of a second to the 69 Nova of April. That pause right there was the hamster turning the wheel in my head and trying to get my brain going. Green and green. April had the advantage at the tree. At the finish line, it's going to be April. Both of them dead on with a 9. April, 18 thou on this end, 18 thou at the finish line. Marty Burke, Brad Plort. Your next pair, about 0.9 of a second head start going to the Mopar product. Marty, the 383 powered Coronet, trying to bullseye an 1160. Brad writes 1073 on the window of the Nova. From Holly Pond, Alabama. Brad hiking the front end up in the air. And Brad already out front at 1,000 foot, coasting to a 1081 for the win. Marty 1176 at 112, just could not run the number, and Brad finds himself in the next round. Going to see him in just a little bit when Comp Eliminator first round comes up, and that big honking blown altered. It's Kent Clausen and Austin Ford, your next two. Kent going to get over 2 seconds head start in the 3rd gen. He dials 11:30. Austin at 9:10 in the Samtec sponsored Cobra Jet Mustang. Oh boy. Oh boy. Kent is in trouble. Oh, wow. Austin was on the brakes. Just past 1,000 foot, goes dead to, taking a 10.5 at the finish line. And he had basically a 10.5 at the tree. Kent goes dead 7, but was 160 on this end. Somebody text him, tell him his light turned green. As Don Davidson and Riley Trumbull come up. Riley, the D-Stock Automatic, big block Chevelle. 1092 target, 1097 for the stick shift F-Stock Camaro. Don Davidson took home the Wally right here 2 years ago, back in 2021. And Riley might be in trouble here. And he is. Don Davidson, 41 on this end, goes 3 over with a 7. Riley Trumbull was 111 at the tree, 1 over 7. Don Davidson winning that one at the starting line. So stick shift car moves on. Tom Williams and Will Emmons, your next pair. A couple of F bodies. The 1st gen right side, Will Emmons, big block A-Stock automatic car, dialed 1021, 1127 is the number for the 305 powered third gen. Tom's going to get over a second head start. And Will's going to turn that hard charge and Lucas Oil machine loose. Green light, green light. And we got a race. Tom had 100th in the bag at the tree, takes 6 hun and goes under by 13 thou. He's going to be kicking himself on that one. Will Emmons goes 10.24 for the win. Now in stock and super stock, we are bracket racing unless we have 2 cars in the same class that come up against each other, and that's exactly what we have right here. Jeff Lopez and Vern Buchanan, pair of G-stock automatic machines. Vern, the Conway, Arkansas-based Mustang. Jeff Lopez out of Fort Worth in the 71 Nova. This is heads up, first to the finish line wins. Clean and green. Jeff Lopez with the advantage at the starting line by about 3 hun. On paper, Vern Buchanan should have him covered, and he does. 11.04 at 107 miles an hour for the win. Lopez goes 11.43 at 103. Not enough to get it done. Pair of 69 Camaros coming at you next. Harvey Emmons, the A-stock automatic, 396 powered variety over on the right-hand side. Brenda, the 427 double A stocker for National Parts Depot. Multi-time national event winners a pair. Brenda turns it red by 3 thou, so Harvey Emmons going to take the Lucas Oil Camaro on to round 2, 10.25, 127. Brenda goes 81 on a 77. But the evil red eye comes on for her, and another Lucas Oil Camaro. Jerry Emmons, another 396 car over on the left side, and James Carter out of Mesquite, Texas, the D-Stock Automatic 396 67 Camaro. James going to get about 3.5 tenths head start. He's dialed 1085, 1049 the number for Emmons. Jerry Emmons 11 at the tree. James Carter was 89, so 7 hun, almost 8 hun advantage to Emmons. He goes 10.58 on a 49 for the win. Carter was 91 on the 85. So Carter better on the racetrack. Emmons much better at the tree. And here comes Gary Emmons. Factory stock A Cobra Jet Mustang, dialed 875. About 2.5 seconds head start going to the Mopar product of Charles Ford. Emmons for Lucas Oil, Ford for Roof Tech. Pretty launch out of the Cobra Jet, carrying the front end for the first 100 feet. Emmons also 008 on this end of the racetrack, double breakout. Emmons closer, under by 5 thou. Charles under by more, 17 on a 21. That's not going to work. And Emmons will move on to the next round. Last and final call for Houston Cheap Fireworks Super Gas. Houston Cheap Fireworks Super Gas, this is your final call to the lanes. If you are not there, get there about 5 minutes ago. Jeff Lane, Devin Diagardi. Devin in the Trans Am H-Stock automatic car, dialed 1153. About 2.3 seconds head start going to the Pontiac. It's Jeff Lane, the Division 6 runner, the Copo. Throws a 920 up on the scoreboard. Devin is 70 red, so Jeff Lane can just cruise into round 2. So Sharon Bogus, Daryl Irwin. Win light going to go to Sharon. 2 over with a 9. Daryl under by 12 thou. So Ray Buckner, Brandon Bakey's. Win light here going to go to Brandon Bakey's. Ray Buckner 4 over, no good. Brandon Bakey's 2 over. How about 4 thou at the finish line for Brandon Bakey's in the Samtec Copo. Moving on to the next round, Connor Statler left, Keith Bakey's right side. Connor Statler dead on 0. Keith Bakey's under by 14 thou. Slight advantage at the tree went to Connor Statler, and Robert Vogel with the bye run. Was supposed to be alongside of Jim Lewis. Your number 1 qualifier. Was the only car under the index by a second plus. And Lewis and the Roadrunner not able to make the call. Attention the pits. Tom Thorpe Transports, top dragster. First round, need you to the lanes. Top dragster. First round to the lanes, please. As on a solo run, Bob Vogel, 1165, 111 miles an hour. Attention the pits and the staging lanes. Drivers, make sure your dial-ins are on the left side of your car. Again, all dial-ins need to be on the left side of your car. Strange Engineering has been the leader in driveline, brakes, and suspension components for over 50 years. Quality products, quality service, and a true enthusiasm for the racing industry is what Strange Engineering is all about. Visit us online at strange.net to get the parts to keep you safe and on the track. Remember, don't just race, race Strange. Born from 40 years of development and testing, Phoenix Race Tires are the choice of champions across the country. With more than 30 sizes and compounds to choose from, there's no better place to find the right slicks and front runner tires for your car. For more information, check out dragracetires.com. Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source of the NHRA and proud sponsor of the Summit Racing Series and the Summit Racing Junior Drag Racing League, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the World Speed Shop. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com. Sunoco race fuels are refined to meet every racer's needs. Consistent quality means reliability for all motorsports applications. For more information on Sunoco's complete line of quality racing gasolines or to locate a dealer near you, check out their fuel finder at racegas.com or call 1-800-RACEGAS. For more than 50 years, TCI Automotive has been helping customers put the power to the street or the strip. Engineered by a staff of devoted drivetrain experts and made from top-of-the-line materials, TCI's transmissions, converters, and shifters go through a rigorous triple testing process to ensure that every component lives up to the company's highest standards. Trusted by more drag racers than any other brand, TCI will get you off the line faster and keep you more consistent from run to run. For specific drivetrain help for your application, call our toll-free TransHelp Tech line at 1-888-776-9824 or visit us online at tciauto.com. So Super Gas rolling up to the starting line. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Warren Evans to let you know all about it.
All right, 990 cars coming up now. Started out with Luke Bogacki over there on the right-hand side. Cool Hand Luke, three-time world champion, alongside Matt Diamond. The Job Docs Mustang over here on the left. Again, 990, the number Up on the scoreboard, target practice. Splitting the field in half. Mustang way down there. Here comes Luke. Charging hard. And how about that? Mr. Bogacki is out of here. A 15 to a 17 on the front end. And Matt Diamond dropped him on his head down there. 9,900. Dead zero at 118 for the Mustang. Bogacki, I don't think was expecting that. Might have been set up a little soft. 992, 170 miles an hour. So, Mr. three-time champ is out of here. He's going to have to cheer for wife Jessica moving forward. It's Justin Allen. Pete Gahan coming up now. Team Petey over there on the right. His 68 Camaro alongside Justin Allen's C6 Corvette. Attention in the pit area. We need Sinead Machine, top dragster. Sinead Machine, top dragster to the lanes, please. As wind light flashes there for Team Petey. Peter Gahan, 992 at 158 for the win. Justin Allen was behind on the front end by 0.04 of a second. Trying to get there, could not. Too quick, 988 on the chase at 154, breaking out. Dwight Allen, Tim Nicholson. Nicholson's going to get the automatic win. The red light start for Allen's Corvette. Nicholson plays the game down there. Gets a free look at 990, goes 989. At 93 miles an hour for Dwight Allen. 29 on the red side, 991 at 150. Nicholson, we'll see round number 2. One of these two will as well. Christopher Best, the Yenko-styled Nova on the left. Out of Plano, Texas. Austin Hickey on the right. From Ponchatoula, Louisiana. Hickey's Corvette. And the full-bodied Nova. Finish line, it's going to be a 992 winner for Christopher Best. He was on the right side of the number. 10 on the tree. 92.9 at the top end at 151. Hickey trying to gather him up. Broke out by 0.04 of a second, 989.6. Next up, this is Lori Vang from Parker, Colorado, the 2019 Corvette. Alongside John Wright, right side, Creston, Texas. 2001 bow tie over there. Both of them come off the starting line. To the other end of the track. Another breakout settles this one as Vang got down there, was better up front by 0.02 of a second, but goes under 987.9 on the 990. Took 6 at the stripe, broke out by 3. John Wright for the win, 991, 168 miles per hour. 2 more Camaros come up, the full-bodied one on the left. It's going to be Mark Williamson. Williamson's 84 Camaro alongside Austin Williams. Lucky number 7 out of Waxahachie. Neither one of them stellar on the starting line, but A-Dub does the better job and sees the win. Another breakout this time around. Williamson took 5, broke out by 1. Williams gave him a window down there, 995 on the 90 at 155. Williamson got there first, breaking out, 989.3 at 161. Kevin Dykes, Corvette, left side. The Canadian alongside Bradley Garner's first generation Camaro. Garner out front. Here comes Dyke's high horsepower Corvette. Another breakout left side, 987. He was 3 under, took 5 down there. Garner 003, letting go of the button, then goes 995 at 142 for the win. It's Rodney Frazier. Frazier back up here after getting an up close and personal view of the incident earlier today when his time trial partner saw an awful lot of the wall down there. Jazzy J gets the automatic win. And it looks like something comes off of Jazzy J's car as we saw it fly over the wall there. It might have been a Lexan window from the looks of it. So we're going to run down there and take a quick look. As right at the finish line, you saw something exit stage left and go over the wall. Jazzy J 991 at 146. He is your winner for Rodney Frazier. 13 on the red side. Takes his time getting down there. 1386 at 67. So it looks like Rusty and some of our other starting line folks are going to head down there and make sure that everything is clear off of the track. And if Jazzy J's window is missing, then we'll have to, I'm sure you'll find some, I guess they'd call it 200 mile an hour tape, but it really only needs to be 146 mile an hour tape. How's that? Don't want to overdo it, you know. Quick inspection of the racing surface, and looks like they're picking up a few parts and pieces out there. That's the important part for our racers, is to make sure everything is clear. The plexiglass, or whatever it might have been, landed somewhere in front of the scoreboard, probably 50 feet or so off of the wall. Sinead Machine Top Dragster, you should be heading to the lanes. Looks like there's a handful of them pulling up right now. Waiting at the back of staging to get ready for pairings here. As those 6-second, 200-plus mile an hour players will get lined up here to get into their elimination round number 1. Starting line crew returns to their position, and Dennis Clark will assume the position over on the left-hand side of the track, and Scooter Wilkins on the right. Chevy 2s a pair, 67 Chevy 2s a pair. Dennis Clark left side. Out of Dayton, Texas, right side, Scooter Wilkins from Gatesville. Red light start for Dennis Clark by 0:11. Clark goes red and dead on. 990 with a 4 at 154. Scooter Wilkins, green and 6 under, 984 at 146. Zachary Eckert. Eckert's 88 Mustang out of McKinney, Texas. Lists his occupation as student. Big time blue oval power under the hood there, holding up the hood scoop. Mitch Withers. Let's go alongside Withers for Central Truck Equipment out of Pratt, Kansas. And at the finish line, it's going to be the Mustang getting it done. The Ford is your winner, 995 at 138. How about this for Withers? They were close off the starting line. 16 for Eckert, 22 for Withers. Withers got there first, took 53, should have taken 52. He breaks out by 1/1000th of a second, 989.9 at 142 miles an hour. So Eckert goes on. Once again, we need top dragster. Top dragster to the lanes, Todd Pullen, Heidi Robeson, green and green. This time around, they are 5 thou apart. Advantage to Pullen. Win light to Pullen. Pullen 989.7 at 173 gets the win line on the double breakout. Heidi breaks out 986 at 165. So she breaks out by 34 thousandths. He breaks out by 3 thousandths. Todd Pullen on the double breakout gets it done. Buddy Wood and Jim Burrell coming up now. Buddy, the blue and green and black 67 Camaro. Jim Burrell, right side, the green and purple and black Ford Torino. The Torino, all motor, little less throttle stop. Buddy Wood, more stop. So Burrell was 006 on this end, had the advantage. Buddy Wood, dead 5 at that end, and gets the win by pushing Burrell out. Sinead Machine, top dragster to the lanes. Sinead Machine, top dragster to the lanes. Buddy Wood for the win, 990 with a 5 at 175. Jerron Miller rolls up in his 67 Corvette alongside the 63 Corvette of Chris Harrelson. Jerron is about as low slung in a car as you can imagine. Noticeably lower. 008 left second. 003 had the starting line advantage. Jerron was 003 on the tree but broke out by 5. 985 at 156. He took 7 down there. Broke out by 5. Had the starting line advantage. 008. No slouch there for Harrelson. 992 at 160. Sees his win light come on. He'll grab that time ticket. Be back for second round action. Chet Tucker, Charlie Stewart coming up next. Tucker's 68 Camaro left side. Charlie's C7 Corvette right side. Charlie from Azle, Texas.
Final call now. If you're not here, you're about to miss your
Top end. They head for the top end. Win line says it's the top end. A double breakout win goes to Chet Tucker, 988 at 162. He's 2 under. Charlie goes 3 under, 987 at 167. Chet Tucker, the winner on the double breakout. Final call. Final call. Sinead Machine, top dragster. Final call. Sinead Machine, top dragster. We are just about done with Super Gas. If you're not up here, you're going to miss out. final call. Sinead Machine, top dragster. Vern Rowland and Shannon Brinkley. Pair of hitters in the category. Rowland, the Oldsmobile Calais. Brinkley, the Corvette. And for Brinkley, he breaks out by less. He goes 2 under 988, takes the win. Vern Rowland, 5 under 985 at 152. So again, final call, final call. Sinead Machine, top dragster. If you're not here, Tom Thorpe Transport, top dragster. Maybe that's the confusion. Tom Thorpe Transport, top dragster. If you're not there, you're about to miss the round. And if you were confused by me saying Sinead, I apologize. Top dragster. That part's been right. You need to be here. David Owens and John Long coming up now. So, David Owens being backed off the starting line now can move forward as Rusty saw something he did not like. Now David rolls forward, John Long alongside. The Forenza over on the right-hand side. And Owens' Corvette. They both jump up and head for the other end. And for Owens, not too distracted as he went 003 on the tree and 982 at the top end of 157 to take the win. Margin of victory, 25 ten-thousandths of a second for David Owens. John Long, 989.4, breaks out by 6 thou, 164 for the speed. Here's Rip Van Winkle coming up now, left side. He likes the orange and purple paint scheme on both of his super category cars. Clint Parker alongside. Parker's Corvette out of Gilmer, Texas. Van Winkle out front. Here comes Parker. Another double breakout. This time around, it's going to go to Parker. He's 989, 1 under 162. Mike Van Winkle, 979. He's 11 under at 146. It's a whole lot of wind stripe. And the single coming up here for Chris Eidson out of Mineral Wells, Texas. Tricky Graphics Custom Paint. And if you put the paint on that Corvette, it's an eye catcher for sure. Here, the throttle stopped doing its job. Eidson full song at the top end, 986, 660 miles per hour. So with that, I see long, skinny, high horsepower dragsters making their way to the water box. And again, hope you're all there. Don't want you to miss your opportunity. Chris Monahan back up to tell you all about it.
All right, so real fast bracket racing fixing to come at you in the form of top dragster. These guys can dial as far down as 610, no quicker than that. Rick Carroll and Wayne Landry going to be your first pair. Wayne coming out of the number 3 spot over on the right side. Wants to give a special thank you to his wife, Ricky. Pearson Trivial Cars to lead us off. Wayne dialed 612 in the No Fear machine over the right-hand side out of St. Bernard, Louisiana. And Rick Carroll throws a 628 on the dial-in board. Rick did not run within even a couple of tenths of 628 during qualifying. His car was having issues. Wayne turns it red by 1/1000th of a second. Rick Carroll goes 6:33. 216 miles an hour. Wayne Landry, no parachutes on that car. 6'11", 228. And 1 thou on the wrong side of the tree for Wayne Landry. His weekend is done. Steve McDermott, Brian Sandlin, your next two. So Brian going to move first. The naturally aspirated TRE powered machine over on the left side. He's dialed 697. Getting almost 9/10 of a second head start. Steve McDermott, the roots blown car over on the right hand side, dialed 610. Car is for sale. Two thou between them on this end, and it's going to be Brian Sandlin. Steve McDermott got there first by 7 hun. Goes 609 at 213. So again, that car is for sale, and you can pick it up now if you want to. Mike Owen was supposed to be alongside of David Johns. See the starter Rusty looking back towards the ready stripe. Signaling to David Johns to abbreviate the burnout. Well, not much wheel speed at all for David Johns on the burnout. He's dialed 610. Eight and a half tenths, basically the head start going to Mike Owen, the naturally aspirated car out of Scroggins, Texas. Let's see if David Johns is able to get that machine to hook up. So David Johns hooks up, and the car gets a little sideways down there after the parachute comes out after 8th mile. 7:13, 162 for Mike. David Johns was 410 to the 8th, so I don't think that car was going to run the number anyway. Ron Gibson and Keith Neiman make their way back to the starting line. Keith Neiman, the blue machine over on the right-hand side for Flying Monkey Racing. 614 the target, 7 flat the dial for Ron Gibson. The roots blown car on the near side of the racetrack. Well, both of them are roots cars. Don't see too many of them. I'm used to there only being one roots car a pair. And Ron Gibson rolls through and is just going to idle down the racetrack. May have had some trans brake issues. Keith Neiman was 007, one over with a 1. 18 total for Keith Neiman. And he moves on to the next round. J.R. Baxter, Chance Bullock going to be your next pair. Comp Eliminator, Roof Tech Comp Eliminator should be in the lanes. Roof Tech Comp Eliminator. If you are not in the lanes, we need you there right now. Roof Tech Comp Eliminator, first round of eliminations to the staging lanes now, please. There isn't much on the radar, but I see what they're driving at. So Chance Bullock, the nitrous car, over in the left lane, 683 dial. He's going to move first. J.R. Baxter, the 7-time divisional winner, over on the right side. They both get away green. Chance had a slight advantage at the tree, but it's not enough. JR flies by him, takes his foot out of it, goes 616 at only 199 miles an hour. Chance was off the throttle well before the finish line as well, 702 at 159 miles an hour through the traps. David Bills, Holden Larice making their way back to the starting line. David Bills, the points leader. Over on the left side, the naturally aspirated machine for the Southwest Airlines aircraft mechanic. 695, the dial in. And Holden Larice for Larice Motorsports Insurance. Perfect run and best package awards this year presented by Larice Motorsports Insurance across all 7 NHRA divisions.
No chance for it. 0. Yeah. 560.
Green lights a pair. Holden was late, and it does not matter. David Bills gets down there by 600 and goes under by 7 thou. David Bills going to be banging his head off the side of the trailers. He got there way in front of Holden, and Holden 618 went dead 6, but was 065 on this end. 0.05 of a second was the advantage to David at the tree. Baby Larice and Bill Swan, your next two. Bill Swan, the roots blown car, put 610 on the dial-in board, ran a best of 629 in qualifying. Baby Larice was 623 as the target. Baby Larice, 008, 2 over with a 9 for the win. Bill Swan, 36 on this end, goes 612 with a 5 at 226. So Daria Vang going to have a solo pass. Was supposed to be alongside of Matt Exner. Matt not able to make the call. Rusty Baxter was supposed to be alongside of Roger Fox. Roger not able to make the call, so Rusty's going to solo his way into the next round. And now Mike Burns going to have a bye run. This is a true bye. He is the #1 qualifier on an odd number of cars in the class. As long as he doesn't go quicker than 6 seconds, he is good to go. 6:19, 2:26 for Mike. And that'll do it for top dragster round 1. So comp eliminator first round is back in the staging lanes.
And if we have a sample,
And comp eliminator,
we can type what it wanted to say, and it will type it out. And
basically any combination you can think of, there is a class for it within comp. And unlike the rest of the categories on the property here, there is no breakout in comp under any circumstances. First to the finish line is going to win. You see the indexes on the scoreboard down at the top end of the racetrack. They leave on a handicap tree. Win light's going to come on whoever gets there first, and there's a thing called competition index control. If you go 56 under your index or better, you will be dinged by however much under. Basically, it starts at 55, but the index is rounded down, so if you go 50 under with a 9, you don't get penalized. If you go 51 under, Ken Hawkins and Brad Plord supposed to be the first pair out. You see Ken Hawkins' index in the left lane is 752. If he was to go 7 flat, anywhere from 7 flat to 699 with a 1, and win, the next round when he comes up, that index would be adjusted down to 750. So you want to win, but you only want to win by however much you have to. So Brad Plord rolling up on the right side. The double A altered methanol 23T Roadster. And there's Ken in the A Nostalgia Dragster. Ken, who apparently has a vendetta against valve springs, zinging that thing to the moon on the burnout. 388 cubic inch mechanically fuel injected alcohol burning combination. Attention to the pitch. Shenandoah Machine, Top Sportsman. Shenandoah Machine, Top Sportsman, first round. We need you now. Shenandoah Machine, Top Sportsman, first round. Need you now. So Ken is going to get a little bit more than half a second head start, and then Brad Plord going to turn that small block, alcohol burning, roots blown Hemi loose, try to track him down at the top end of the racetrack. Racers, when we call you to the lanes, please do not dilly-dally, do not pass go, do not collect $200. We need you to hustle up when you are called to the lanes. Brad Plord was late, and he is pedaling the car at the top end as he drove right on by Ken Hawkins, 662, only 160 miles an hour. So Brad gets the win. He will not take an index penalty into the next round as Ken Hawkins was 20 at the tree, had 600ths of a second advantage. Craig Bourgeois and Dwayne Robeson, your next pair. So again, Shenandoah Machine, Top Sportsman, we need you right now. And racers, just a heads up, there is the threat of weather in the area later on this afternoon, so we do need you to hustle up whenever we call you to the lanes. Please get moving. Craig Bourgeois, former comp eliminator world champ, two-time world champ over on the right-hand side, was not qualified going into the final session. Dwayne, the C-altered full-tube chassis, 2015 Camaro. Advantage at the starting line, Craig Bourgeois. Let's see if he can track him down on the big end. Yes, he can, 685. 47 under. Nope, excuse me, 57 under. So Craig will take an index penalty into the next round. As Sean Vincent and Monty Bogan come up. Sean on the left side, the C-Truck automatic V6 powered machine. Monty Bogan behind the wheel of Lee Sharp's 3rd gen Camaro H Supermod automatic. Sean with the advantage at the starting line. Monty Bogan's car with driveline issues. Same thing we saw on his last run. Sean coasts to an 877, and he will move on. So the points leader is out of here in first round. And the door is open. That is Greg Camplain out of Brownsburg, Indiana, the C Dragster automatic. And that is Jared Grenier for Lupe Tortilla out of Labdeville, Louisiana. Jared coming out of the number 3 spot was 68 under in qualifying with an 833. Camplain 56 under the index with a 7 flat. Pair of screaming small blocks, automatic transmission behind the engine in Greg Camplain's dragster. Jared Grenier's banging gears going down the racetrack in the Cobalt. Jared is out of the groove in the right side, stays with it, reels the car back in, and it's gonna be Greg Camplain. 698. He's gonna take an index penalty of 700 into the next round. Jared Grenier hiked the front end up, car made a move towards the wall, stuck with it. Sure, there was a little bit of a pucker factor for Jared riding the wall as much as he was on that pass, but did a good job to get that car back into the groove, but just did not have enough to get around Greg Camplain. Taylor Chemiskey, the Pro Stock truck over in the left lane. When the NHRA did away with the Pro Stock truck class at the end of the 2001 season, they made a home for those vehicles in Comp Eliminator. 300-inch small block is the combination with a 5-speed transmission. There's a Liberty in Taylor's truck. For Glenn Stiers Racing, TalentCore.com, and NC Machine, the Canuck. And Sean Dodd out of Double Oak, Texas, on the right side, the C Econo altered, wedge-headed 315 cubic inch small block with a single 4-barrel carburetor sitting on top of it. Sean qualified number 861 under the 870 index. Taylor was 49 under the 804 with a 754. Taylor hit the wheelie bar and unloaded the rear tires. So Sean Dodd going to take his foot out of it and coast to a 924 and a round win. And Taylor red by 100th of a second, so his weekend is done. So Monty Bogan already out of here in first round. Craig Bourgeois, Rick Brown, Jeff Taylor, and Brad Brewer all trailing him in the points. Opportunity to make up some ground. Don Thomas, Keith Hall on the starting line right now. Thomas, the engine builder out of Amarillo, the C Dragster automatic over on the left side. Keith Hall, the E Supermod Cavalier. Small block power on both of these machines. Keith going to move first by about a second and a half. Don hikes the front end up, moves towards the center line, gathers it back in. Does he have enough racetrack? No, he does not. 8:47 for Keith Hall. He is going to take a 1/10 of a second penalty into round 2. So Jeff Taylor, Brooke Heckle, your next pair. Brooke, the D Supermod automatic Cobalt. Started its life as a street car. Converted to rear-wheel drive. Shoehorned a 316 cubic inch small block into it. B-altered automatic for Jeff Taylor. Started out its life as a pile of tubing. .472 cubic inch Chevrolet power plant underneath the hood. Jeff coming out of the number 7 spot. Brooke qualified number 23. Final call for Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, final call. Need you now. Brooke is green. Jeff is green. Taylor closing fast at the top end. Wind light to Brooke Heckle. Brooke goes 8:43 by 8 thousandths of a second. Taylor stepping off the throttle before the finish line. Brooke had 0.02 of a second advantage at the tree. Goes 54 under. She's going to take a 400 penalty into the next round, and Brooke has her second comp eliminator round win. Ed Federkyle and Mike DePalma. Mike just watched his teammate and points leader Monty Bogan go out in round 1. Hoping to keep the banner flying for the Lee Sharp Motorsports team. Index of 9 flat by just over a full second. He's going to leave first, and then Ed Federkyle, your number 2 qualifier, was 70 under the index. Big time run in qualifying. And Ed going to try to chase him down on the top end of the racetrack. Green for Mike, red for Ed. So DePalma 41 at the tree. Federkyle 18 on the wrong side of the green light. And Mike DePalma will coast to a round win. That is John Clegg. And that is Rick Brown. John Clegg, the double C altered for Clegg Industries, Mission Garage. The national record holder for double C altered. Centrifugally supercharged, gasoline burning, 402 cubic inch Pontiac power plant underneath the hood. Coming out of the number 22 spot, Rick Brown, out of Weatherford, Texas. He's been doing this for 55 years. Trying to make it 2 in a row. Qualified in the number 6 spot, was 62 under. 318 cubic inch Chevrolet small block and an automatic transmission. – Rick hiking the front end way up in the air, getting over by the center line. And it looked like something came off of John Clegg's machine. Rick Brown goes 8:38 at 136 miles an hour. John 774, 166 the speed. Less than 1/100 of a second between them at the starting line, but John Clegg encountered issues as soon as he let go of the button. And we're going to go out and pick up whatever that was that came off of John's car before we send the next pair down. Steve Basgall, Kayla Mazeris, waiting patiently on the signal to fire him back up. Special thank you, of course, to Roger Brogdon and Roof Tech for spearheading the effort for the Roof Tech Division 4 Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund, CCR Motorsports Insurance, Ambi Ampersand Soap Company, Clegg Industries, Harlan Towing, Emmons Autoplex, and, of course, Mr. Bob Brockmeyer for helping to configure CompuLink for Comp WFO qualifying. So Kayla Mazeris, the 251 cubic inch inline 4 Ford power plant, basically 1/2 of a Pro Stock motor. Steve Basgall. Steve Basgall's power plant is only 47 cubic inches bigger than Kayla's 4-banger. And Kayla's being pushed back, so Steve Basgall will get a solo into the next round. Tough break right there for Kayla. They had problems with the car, only got down the track once in qualifying. Steve's car goes left hard right off the starting line, and he will coast on through the top end and into round number 2. Attention the pits, Wood Tucker Racing, Super Street, we need you now. Super Street, round 2, to the lanes. Super Street, round 2, need you to the lanes now. The D4 Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund putting up $350,000 plus in bonus money for the Comp Eliminator racers in D4. If you would like to get involved with the Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund, please go see Mr. Roger Brogdon and the Roof Tech gang. Comp Eliminator, without a doubt, one of the coolest classes in all of drag racing. I mean, where else can you see a Ford 4-cylinder Roadster match up with a roots-blown Pro Stock style car? Turbocharged dragster taking on a nitrous-injected Pro Mod. And your next pair comes to life, Adam Hickey and Cody Lane. Cody rolls in on the right-hand side out of Seattle, the Division 6 runner. Seems like he alternates between Division 4 and Division 6. Was the D4 champ in Comp Eliminator back in 21 and the Division 6 comp champ in 21 and 22 and 2020. Was the Super Stock champ in Division 6 in 2019 and 2020 as well. 21 combined wins between the national and divisional circuit. That is the Wright Trailers sponsored E-Supermod Automatic Cavalier, and Adam Hickey, the defending D4 Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund champ, took home a massive payday last year when he clinched that title at the Fall Nationals in Ennis, Texas Motorplex. 2 national event wins last season. Cody going to move first by over a second and a half. And Adam's car seemed like it bogged at the hit. And Cody Lane goes 841 for the win. 690, 195 for Adam Hickey. Car was 110 to 60 foot. And his weekend is dunzo. Ashton Hudson, Joe Mazeris, your next pair. Ashton, the H altered automatic for Ambi Ampersand Soap Company. Ashton and his family gather and produce a lot of the data for the Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund and WFO qualifying. And Joe Mazeris, out of Phoenix, Arizona, Division 7 competitor, making the trip over this weekend, coming out of the number 27 qualifying spot in the C Dragster Automatic, spotting over a second and a half to the Ford Escort of Ashton Hudson. The altered class typically is dominated by full tube chassis, carbon fiber, or fiberglass body door cars. Ashton's car is not one of those. That was a Ford Escort that was driven on the street at one point. Ashton turns at 15 red. Joe Mazeris will move on. So he runs it down about 800 feet and shuts it off. 799, 124 miles an hour. Brad Brewer, Callie Neff next two to hit the racetrack. Brad, the B altered Cobalt. Qualified number 1, went 75 under. That is a booming run in qualifying. Quicker than the current national record, which is held by Brad Brewer. 9/10 of a second the head start. 7/10 of a second a head start. That's that Texas public education math at work right there. Callie Neff, the J Dragster Automatic, 264 cubic inch straight 6 powered machine over on the right hand side out of Westminster, Colorado. Harlan Towing, Clinton F. and family, another one of our great sponsors for the D4 Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund. Brad bringing the RPMs up on the Cobalt. He'll roll in. Correction, that was Clark Smiley's car firing up that I heard. Neither one of them in a hurry to leave the starting line. One thou between them, 122 to 123 at the tree. Brad Brewer going to turn on the win lights, 717 at 164. Callie goes 793, 169. Clark Smiley and Roger Brogdon, your next pair. Don Thomas building the power for Clark Smiley's machine. Just listen to it. That double B altered, gasoline burning, root supercharged, 306 cubic inch small block in the GXP with a 5-speed Liberty. Roger Brogdon, the B altered automatic, basically a pro stock car with an automatic transmission and some weight added to it. Running a 500 cubic inch power plant. Clark going to move first by a little over 3/10 of a second. Both of them get away clean and green. Roger Brogdon is already out front. 7:03, so he's going to take an index hit into the next round. Clark Smiley's car, 7:58 at 1:55. That's his best run of the weekend. Car was still only 110 to 60 foot. Shoved in the clutch early as Roger drove right on by. And Chase Williams supposed to be alongside of Kenny Laughlin. Kenny dropped a valve last night in the second qualifying session, unable to answer the call here today. So Chase will solo his way into the next round. Okay, that was weird. Chase coasts on out the top end. The D4 champ from last year in Comp Eliminator moves on. And Dennis Smiley was matched up with Ray Goodman. Ray also not able to answer the call. So Dennis Smiley, the AE Kano dragster, running a DRCE power plant, one of the old Pro Stock engines from GM. This car previously owned by Shane Heckel. Last dragster that he ran in Comp Eliminator. The Forenza of John Long is Shane's daughter Brooke's old index car. Dennis hiking the front end up. Car started to go left, so he takes his foot out of it. One flat 60 foot on the back tires as he coasts to a 12-17. And Shenandoah Machine Top Sportsman rolls into the water box for their first round. Attention, the pits, final call for Super Street. Super Street final call. If you are not there, You are about to miss round 2. Super Street, very last and final call. If you are not there, get there. So back to real fast bracket racing. This is the door car variety. Kelly Land over on the right-hand side out of Amarillo. The 63 split window Corvette, 674 cubic inch power plant underneath the hood scoop. 679 dial, 767 for Kevin Wilson. As I mentioned earlier, once we get into eliminations, it's not about who's the quickest and the fastest. It's all about who is the most consistent. Kevin Wilson 005 and then can't run the number. Kelly Land was 33 on this end, dead on with a 4. Kevin goes 779 on a 767. As Mike Sechrist and Alan Firestone make their way back to the starting line. Firestone, your number 1 qualifier over on the right side, 638 in qualifying. Throws a 639 up on the board. So he's going to spot about 8.5 tenths to the Grand Am of Mike Sechrist out of Kansas. Sechrist is 001 red. Oh, Mike Sechrist is going to be kicking himself. Alan Firestone was 083 at the starting line, goes 637 at 213. Mike Sechrist. Not only was Mike Sechrist 001 red, he was dead 6. Next pair going to be Florentino Martin over on the right side. David Bills on the left. Cavalier going to get big head start, 727 the dial for the Roy Fisher-owned machine. Martin 643 is the target for the centrifugally supercharged machine. Martin closing fast. Does he have enough room? No, he does not. 7:29, 2 over with a 6 for David Bills. Martine had the advantage at the tree, but goes 6:50 on a 6:43. Martine goes to the trailer, and he can start the drive back to Mexico. David Bills driving on in round number 2. Attention the pits, Stanfield Racing Engine Super Stock. Stanfield Racing Engine Super Stock, need you now. Super Stock, round 2, need you now. I didn't say Super Stock, I said Super Stock. Tim Wilson and Macy Higgins, the next pair down the racetrack. Higgins right-hand side out of Arkansas. Monstrous 800-plus cubic inch power plant underneath the hood of the Camaro. Tim Wilson, the twin turbocharged 427 powered 67 Chevy 2. Over 9/10 of a second head start going to the Nova. Macy Higgins, 27 at the tree, dead 1. Tim Wilson, only 2 thou separated up front. Wilson was 29, goes 3 over 9. No good. Macy Higgins moves on. That's Mark Griffin. So Mark Griffin was supposed to be alongside of Warren Blanc. Warren not answering the bell for round 1. Griffin, the compressed air supercharged Camaro for Stroud Safety, Hill Country Performance, and compressed air supercharging. Finished number 2 in the Midwest Drag Racing Series points in Top Sportsman in 22. And first weekend in June of this year, the Midwest Drag Racing Series will be right here at Thunder Valley Raceway Park. So you'll probably see Mark out here again. .697 201 for Mark. So we're going to shift gears back into Wood Tucker Racing Super Street. Stanfield Racing Engine Super Stock. Super Stock. If you are not in the lanes, we need you now. Super Stock, we need you now. Wendell Shelton, Jimmy Denham, your first pair down. Wendell, the Chevy 2. Jimmy in the S10. Green lights a pair. Wendell got some ground to make up at the top end. Let's see if he can get it done. Yes, he can. 0.02 of a second advantage at the tree, goes 95.3 on the 1090 index. Jimmy Denham was 99 with a 6, so off pace. And Jimmy goes to the trailer. Wendell moves on. Ross Ragland, Brittany DeVore. Brittany, the GMC Sonoma, over on the right side. Ross from just down the road in Norman in the 69 Camaro. Green and green. 3 thou separate them at the tree, and Brittany takes way too much stripe. She took 7 hun, goes under 1085. Ross Ragland goes 1092. She was 008. He was 11 at the tree. John Long and Greg Parson, the next pair. Greg, the 77 Nova over in the left lane, the 4-time Division 4 Super Street champ. John Long saw him go out in the first round in the Forenza, trying to keep it going in the Camaro. And he will do just that as Greg is 10 red. 1089, 128. John Long, 1089, 141. Greg. As Wade Metzinger and Reagan Wilson come up. Reagan in the C10 pick-em-up truck over on the far side. And for Wade Metzinger, the Barracuda still having Chrysler power underneath the hood for Melton Sales, Tally Heat and Air. Green and green. Reagan off the stop, closing the gap. He's got 20 miles an hour on him at half track. How about Wade Metzinger, dead 5. Reagan was dead 3, 2 thou at the finish line, 0.02 of a second. Cody Melton, Olivia Carroll, the next two. Olivia in the Camaro, Cody over on the right-hand side in the Chevy Lumina. Green lights for both of them. Cody trying to close in at the finish line, and it's not going to happen. 1094, 120 miles an hour for Olivia. Cody goes under by 6 thou, taking 2 hun. Attention the pits. Final call. Super stock. Final call. If you are not there, you are about to miss round 2. Super stock. Very last and final call. If you are not there, you're going to miss round 2. So Chucky Weir and Wayne Pratt. Chucky, the Ford-powered 67 Chevy 2 wagon. A proud grandpa, he says. Green and green.
Now there's 6. I know because Roger entered.
Glued together at the 8th, and at the finish line stripe, win light going to go to Chucky Weir. Oh, Wayne. Oh, boy. Wayne had 15 thou on him at the tree. Took 4 hun, almost 5 hun, and goes under by a 3 measly thousandths of a second. Oi. Chucky Weir. The beneficiary of that will move on to the next round. Trip West and Tony Jones, your next two. Couple of first-gen Camaros. Trip on the left side. Tony over on the right. Trip, a physical therapist assistant. Runner-up right here in Super Street back in 2019. Brodick Cylinder Heads, the sponsor. And this might be the last time we see Trip on the racetrack this weekend, and it is. Tony 008 goes 93.5 on the 1090 index. Trip goes 50 up front, 94.0, no good. Tony Jones moves on. Buddy Wood, Ashley Cordell, Wood Tucker Racing, Hughes Converters on board. And of course, Wood Tucker Racing, the sponsor of Super Street competition here in D4, and Ashley Cordell out of Wichita, Kansas, the surgery tech. Trying to make the drive down from Wichita worth it. And go some rounds in that second-gen Camaro. Buddy way out front at the 8th. Top end throttle, stop engage. Here comes Ashley. Top end wind light says. Buddy Wood 1084 in a double breakout. Ashley goes 1083. At 128. Just a heads up, guys, if you're watching these bracket racers or index racers from the starting line, you're doing it wrong. I would highly recommend going towards the top end and watching these drivers work their magic at the finish line, because that's where they earn their keep. Billy Hughes and Jay Bunce, the next pair. Jay the Belvedere over the right-hand side for Mopar Muscle, Goodyear, Sherrick Trucking, and Vales Racing Engines. Jay out front at the 8th and 1,000 foot. And at the finish line, it's going to be Billy Hughes coming around him in the lights, goes 10.93.7. Had a slight advantage at the tree, not quite a 100th of a second. Jay goes 95.3, no good, and Jay can start the drive back to Piedmont. Brian Gustafson and Hayden Brown. Hayden, the New Orleans, Louisiana-based firefighter, the 69 Camaro. Uh-oh. Hayden was 102 at the tree. Brian Gustafson was not. He was 13, goes 97.2 for the win. Hayden gets down there by a hun, goes under by 3 hun. No chance. As soon as he left the starting line, Dale Hall and Colton pair. Dale, the Grand Prix. Over on the left-hand side out of Hewitt, Texas. Colton, the 69 Nova. Over on the right side, car hikes the front end up very nicely off the starting line. But unfortunately, he did it too soon. 6th thou on the wrong side of the tree. Dell Hall will move on. Dell goes 10.89, 143. Brings up Ricky Sellers and Josh Peterson. Peterson, the first-gen Camaro out of Kansas over on the right side. Ricky from Lawton in the Chevy 2. Come off the stop. Josh Peterson out front. He's got plenty of room to work with at the finish line, and oh no. Josh takes 5.5 hun, goes under by 9 thou. Yikes. Ricky Sellers, 55 up front, goes 10.92 for the win. And Josh might want to burn that time slip. It's Brandon Harris, the final car. Out of Tulsa. Nobody in the other lane, so of course he's going to cut a 006 light here.
Dead zero. Just wait.
Watch him go dead zero. Nope, 10.91.2. Either way, 18 total. Good lap right there for Brandon. And that'll do it for Super Street. Super Stock is coming up next. Sportsman Motorcycle and Super Comp. We need you as well. Sportsman Motorcycle and Super Comp. So again, Sportsman Motorcycle and Super Comp, we need you to start heading towards the lanes as well. First pair in Super Stock Round 2, Brittany Blackman and Dale Holquist. Pair of GT Class Cobalts, the H automatic car left side. That's Brittany, 327 Chevy providing the power. A 305 Pontiac power plant underneath the hood of Dale Holquist's machine. 0.2 of a second head start going to Dale. Green and green. Whop, whop, whop on the big end. It's going to be a double breakout, and Brittany under by less. 967 on a 968. Holquist goes 84 on an 88. So Dale Holquist will go to the trailer. Brittany will move on. Norm Marsden and Daryl Brown, your next two. Norm waiting patiently in the water box. So Daryl Brown left side, the factory stock, super stock C drag pack challenger. Going to spot almost two full seconds to Norm Marsden, the small block Chevy 2 super stock K automatic machine. Norm dialed 1042, Daryl at 868. They both go red. Norm leaves the starting line first. So his weekend is done. Daryl Brown goes 8:59 at 158 miles an hour. Brings up Jeff Miller and Walt Walker. Walt, the GTM automatic third gen right side. Miller, the 350 powered super stock G automatic 67 Camaro left. Green and green. Jeff Miller 004 double breakout. Jeff goes under by 3 thou, 984.7 on a 985. Walker goes 1053.8 on a 1058. Miller closer to the dial, so he will move on. J.B. Clegg, Harvey Emmons. J.B. the lone stick shift car in competition here this weekend in super stock. About 2.5 tenths the head start. He's dialed 964. Harvey, the GTE automatic Cavalier, trying to go 940. JB banging through the gears in the Firebird. It's going to be Harvey Emmons. Harvey's 22 on the tree, 3 over with a 4. JB gets there by 3, almost 4 hun, goes 961.3, under the 964 dial. So JB's weekend is done. Harvey Emmons moving on. Jerry Emmons left side, Mark Norris right. Green for both of them. Mark got a little bit of ground to make up. About 100th of a second going to Emmons, and in a double breakout, it's going to be Mark Norris. He's under by 6 thou. Emmons under by 13 thou. So the Mopar moves on. Final call, Super Comp round 2. Super Comp round 2, final call. Need you right now. Super Comp round 2, final call. Need you right now. So obviously I was incorrect. That is not the last pair of Super Stockers. Jeff Heffler, Brandon Bakes. A little over a 1/10 of a second head start going to the Copo. Kind of cool to see a Copo racing a shoebox Chevy with a Copo power plant. 427 LS based engine between the frame rails of that 55 Bel Air of Jeff Heffler. Factory GTC, machine dialed 939 rather, 951 for Bakes. How about Brandon Bakey's 007 up front, double breakout. Jeff Heffler's 16 on the tree, no slouch himself. Heffler under by 5 thou. Brandon goes 48 on a 51. Under by more, so Heffler will move on. Terry Emmons, Jeff Franklin. Terry, the Super Stock B modified stock Cavalier. 907 dial for the Lucas Oil Machine. And Jeff Franklin trying to bullseye a 972 in the GTD automatic 3rd gen. Terry might be in trouble, and he is. Jeff Franklin 003 1/2. He is 15 total for the win right there. Terry Emmons was 28 at the tree, under by 16 thou, and he had no shot from the second he left the starting line. And the motor scooters coming back up. Derek Dory, John Fitzpatrick going to be the first pair down. On behalf of the NHRA and Lucas Oil, I want to welcome everyone to Thunder Valley Raceway Park. And thank you to everyone watching at home on the live stream. Live stream this weekend brought to you by Jegs Moser Engineering, Roof Tech, and Weldon High Performance. Derek Dory, 11 on this end of the racetrack. 2 over with a 1 for the win. John Fitzpatrick was 62. And he had no shot from the second he let go. Tony Davis, Phil Yates, the next pair. Phil over on the left side. He's out 8:15, about a 10th and a half head start. Going to the Hayabusa of Tony Davis. Green for both of them. And Tony gets there too quick. They both get there too quick. Tony got there by almost 3 hun, under by 2 hun. Phil Yates only under by 1,000, so Phil will move on to round 3. Robert Sanders and the birthday boy will be your next 2. Ricky K, right side, 65 years young today. He's going to get about 0.8 of a second head start. Trying to go 873. Sanders throws a 792 up on the dial-in board, and he goes red. So Robert says, happy birthday, Ricky. Here's a gift. And Ricky runs it on out the back door, 862. And the final bike in this round is going to be Brenda K. Just saw hubby move on to the next round, and Brenda will be joining him. Unless, of course, something wacky happens. So Super Comp rolling up for their second round of eliminations. Austin Williams and Shannon Brinkley going to lead us off. Austin got that number 2 on the hood scoop. Runner-up in the points nationally last year. Shannon Brinkley for Roof Tech. Houston Cheap Fireworks, one of the class sponsors here this season in Division 4 competition. Presenting Super Gas. Green lights a pair. Top end win light going to go to Austin Williams, dead 8. Shannon dead 9. How about 5 thou at the finish line? Kurt Kappas left side, Sean Neidig over on the right. Sean out of Bernie, Texas. Says he's a chia pet farmer. Yeah, okay. That beautiful Eddie Holland designed machine. Kurt from just down the road in Yukon, Oklahoma. Fourth thou, separate them on this end. Win light going to go to Sean. How about 27 10,000ths of a second at the finish line? Sean was 13 on this end. 1/7. Kurt was 17 at the tree. 1/5. Super Comp, one of the toughest classes in all of drag racing to have success at. Attention to the pits. Stock eliminator. Stock eliminator. Round 2 to the lanes. Stock eliminator. Round 2 to the lanes, please. Kyle Sechrist left lane. Derek Purvis right lane. Super Comp, the 890 class. So get to the finish line first. Don't go quicker than 8.9 seconds. Kyle kind of flickering the stage beam. Win light going to Kyle. 2 over with an 8. 892, 171. 893, 5. 174 for Derek. Now, in general, a 58 light is not bad. Not great, but not bad. But if you're 58 in Super Comp, that is dead late. As Landon Martinez and Christopher Dodd come out. As I mentioned, Super Comp very tough to be successful at. Christopher Dodd, one of the best. The back-to-back Super Comp world champ in 2020 and 21. Landon Martinez from down in the Houston area over on the left side. Christopher Dodd for Premier Landscaping, Rare Morrison, and A1 Performance. Oh, no, I'm good. I appreciate it, though. Landon's 10 red. Christopher Dodd will be moving on. Goes 889, 182, 893, 179 for Landon. But by a hun on the wrong side of the Christmas tree. Michael Bailey and Mike Green. Bailey, the aircraft mechanic, and the TNT supercar chassis machine on the left side. On the Cunningham side of the racetrack, the Moore, Oklahoma native Mike Green. Once again, stock eliminator, round 2, need you now. Stock eliminator, round 2, need you now. Mike Green is 003, double breakout at the top end. He goes 888.6, 175. Michael Bailey, 887.9, 178. Mike Green closer to the index, so he turns on the win light, goes to round 3. Leonard Greathouse and Blake Allen making their way back to the starting line. Leonard backed right up into the pre-stage beam. Don't see that too often. Blake Allen, the shorty dragster, racecraft chassis machine on the right side. Might not see people back up into the pre-stage beam too often, but it worked for Leonard Greathouse right here as he is 002, under by 2 thou and a double breakout. Blake goes 888.4. Too quick. Keisha Huffman, Jason Medlin, your next two. Medlin out of Reno, Texas on the left side. Keisha, the teacher out of Waxahachie, Texas. Husband Chase steps away from the car. Jason 15 up front. Keisha was 53, dead one. Oh, baby. How about 2/10,000ths margin of victory for Keisha Huffman? She was late at the tree, 53. Jason was 15. He goes 93.9. Keisha, dead on one. The window she had to turn on a wind light right there was microscopic, and somehow she found it.
Oh, man.
Chet Tucker, Dan Foley, your next two. They're both green on this end. Chet Tucker gets down there by 200 and goes under by 1,000. Yikes. Hide the sharp objects. Dan Foley, 34 at the tree, one over with an 8 and 164 for the win. So it looked like Dan may have taken his foot out of it and just let Chet take the stripe as Jessica Bagacki and Chris Vang come up. Chris over on the right-hand side. The Pro Stock clutch guy for Derek Kramer's Camping World Series car. And Jessica Bagacki, wife of Luke Bagacki, over on the left. Final call, stock eliminator, stock eliminator, final call. If you are not there, you are late and you're about to miss round two. 004. Jessica goes 1 over 4, 18 total for the win. Chris was 19 on the tree, meaning he had no shot from the time he let go of the button. Jessica Bagacki moving on. Brings up Michael Holcomb and Trinae Crisoni. Michael Holcomb finished number 6 nationally last year for Wright Trailers, Jeff Gibson Insurance, and Ray Allen Race Cars, as well as AffordableShade.com. Green for both. 4,000, separate them up front. Wind light going to go to Trinae Crisoni. Oh, wow. Trinae Crisoni, 11 up front, dead 0. Michael Holcomb, 15 up front, dead 1. Talk about a drag race. 5,000 at the finish line.
Basically, Michael would have won every other round except that one.
Michael would have won pretty much any other race in this round of Super Comp except for that one. Good point, Warren. Vern Rowland, Dwayne Hawkins, your next two. Rolling over on the left side, the D4 Foggett rep for Goodyear and Universal Roofing. Dwayne down from Kansas, the undercover chassis car. going green. Win light here, Vern Rowland. He goes 30 at the tree, 1 over 7. Hawkins was 35, under by 5 thou, taking 17 thou. Heath Phillips and Kevin Wilson next two to hit the racetrack. Kevin, the engineering manager out of Magnolia, over on the right-hand side. Heath Phillips, a TNT supercar chassis machine, over on the left.
Good myself.
Heath Phillips with a 300. Oh, no. Heath Phillips had 300 advantage at the tree. Gets down there by 700 and goes under. 19 thou, too quick. Chris Benham, Chase White, the next pair. Chris Benham and Chase White are both 005. Chase is dead 7, 12 total for the win. Benham 1 over 6, 21 total, no good. Chase White moving on by 9 thou.
We were commenting on your run against Swan.
So Michael Johnston, Devin Koslow. Johnston turns at 11 red. Koslow will move on. 887, 178. And the final car in Super Comp down the racetrack this round, going to be Mike Seacrest. So stock eliminator round number 2 rolling out of the water box. Jeff Lane and Will Emmons are going to be the first pair down. A couple of Camaros. And the name is about where the similarities end. Will, the carbureted 396 big block 69 Camaro A stock automatic machine for Lucas Oil and Hoosier Tire over on the right-hand side. 1022 the dial. He's going to get over a second head start. Jeff Lane, the fuel-injected LS 427 powered factory stock B Copo Camaro. 920 is the target. Will Emmons 005 dead 4. How about 9 total in stock eliminator? Jeff Lane was 34 on the tree, under by 18 thou, had no shot from the second he left the line. And Will Emmons a 9-pack for the win. Vern Buchanan and Brad Plord. Brad, the Alabama-based 1970 Chevy Nova 1073 dial. Going to spot a little more than 3/10 of a second head start to the Blue Oval product. Uh-oh.
You keep saying that. But I see why.
Well, yep, that's about the result that was expected. Brad Plord 10 at the tree, Vern 114. Brad goes 10.79.5. Vern was dead on 9. However, when your reaction time starts with a 1, most of the time your time slip is going to start with an L. Brent Voges and Don Davidson, the next pair. Brent, the 1968 Mustang over on the left-hand side. Davidson, the F-Stock stick shift 69 Camaro. So green lights a pair. Davidson trying to chase down Brent on the top end, and double breakout. 12:38.5 for Brent, 99 miles an hour. 10:89.9 at 10 on a 10:95 for Don. Another old school versus new school matchup coming here. Larry Dyke, the factory stock B Copo over in the left lane. 901 dial. Spotting 2.5 seconds to Danny Rucker's small block 69H stock automatic Camaro.
I just came up here to thank both of y'all for doing all this hard work. Hey, I love doing it. As long as they let me keep coming back, I'm going. Yes, sir.
Well, Larry and Danny, neither one of them wanted to leave the starting line. Larry was 80, he was first, and Danny was 146, goes under. Larry with a 905 and a 901 for the win. Super gas, we need you. Houston Cheap Fireworks, super gas, we need you right now. Houston Cheap Fireworks, super gas, we need you right now. Round number 2 of Super Gas should be heading to the staging lanes. Aaron left side, April Merrill right, green and green. Which of the ladies will find themselves in round number 2? It's going to be Sharon. Double breakout. She's under by 4 thou. April under by 19 thou. And here we go with another heads-up matchup in stock eliminator. A couple of A-stock automatic Camaros on the line right now. Harvey Emmons right side. 396 big block powered 69 Camaro. The 4th gen over on the left side, that's Everett Vassar. If you were not with us earlier today, we had a heads-up matchup in the first round of eliminations. Second one of the day. When two cars of the same class match up with one another, it is first to the finish line wins. No breakout, no dial in. Just stick your foot to the floor and go. Everett Vassar knew he needed to get him on the starting line, tried a little bit too hard. 115 red. Harvey Emmons 39 red. Or 39 green, rather. 1024, 127. Pair of factory stockers coming up now. Factory stock C-Class Samtec Copo Camaro left side. That's Brandon Bakey's out of Louisiana. And Austin Ford, Cobra Jet Mustang, also for Samtec. Half a second the head start going to the bow tie. 959 dial Brandon, 905 for Austin. Brandon getting over near the center line in the Camaro. See Austin tapping the brakes on the big end. Austin 003 at the tree. Goes 910 on a 905. Brandon 64 on a 59. So Austin Ford winning that one at the starting line. And Bob Vogel going to have a true buy. He had a broke buy in the first round of eliminations. Next pair, going to have Jerry Emmons and Connor Statler. And the Bobby Brannon owned 69 Camaro. He's dialed 1010 out of Bossier City, Louisiana. And Jammin' Jerry Emmons, former stock eliminator world champ. Throws a 1049 up on the board for the Lucas Oil Camaro. Beautiful side-by-side wheels up launches. Winlight, Jerry Emmons, Connor Statler got there by 7 hun, goes under by 4 hun. Jerry was 28 at the tree, off the throttle before the finish line, 10:55 at 106. And Jerry finds himself in the next round as Gary Emmons. Supposed to be alongside of Darrell Hamlin, but doesn't look like Darrell's going to make the call, so Gary's going to take the factory stock A Cobra Jet Mustang. This car produces some of the most picturesque wheel stands you will ever see. Just like that. 874, 156. And we're going to give the racetrack a quick once-over before we send Super Gas down. Final call for Super Gas. Super Gas, this is your very last and final call. If you are not in the lanes, you are very, very late. And Tom Thorpe Transport, top dragster. Round number 2. We need you, top dragster, round 2. To the lanes, please.
Well, as Chris Monahan steps away for a little bit, I'm going to step up here and talk about the 990 cars, Super Gas category. Putting a lap spray out there on the racing surface right now to add a little traction out there. Conditions have been very good for racing today. And we continue to make our way through eliminations rounds as we are in the midst of round number 2. And Super Gas should be next at the ready line. Super Gas brought to you by Houston Cheap Fireworks. Shannon Brinkley, you see the Roof Tech Houston Cheap Fireworks toter over there, kind of in the middle of the staging lanes. If you're getting ready for the 4th of July and you'd like some fireworks or some other favors for your upcoming party, go see Shannon. Place your order now. He'll deliver it to you at our next race in Dallas. When we all gather once again, you'll have them in plenty of time before the 4th of July festivities. Shannon will be happy to take care of you. One of the area's largest fireworks distributors. And he'll be happy to take care of you and get you ready to celebrate our nation's Independence Day. Speaking of Shannon Brinkley, He is the man in the water box left side. First car out here in Super Gas, as it looks like we've got about 18 cars left in category. Shannon Brinkley out of Highlands, Texas. Product ambassador for Roof Tech, as well as Houston Cheap Fireworks and several other area businesses. Chrome roll cage sticking up there on the Corvette Roadster alongside David Owens and his 57 Corvette Roadster. Once again, 990s up on the scoreboard. As the two racers make their way into the staging process. 4 bulbs lit, 2 green lights. Heading for the top end. Owens and Brinkley, and it's going to be Shannon Brinkley. Moving on to round number 3. Shannon, 992 at 154. He was a little bit behind on the starting line, 8 thou behind. Owens, a little better, but 5 off the number. And it's Shannon Brinkley's race into the next round. Coming up next, left side of the track, the little Mustang of Matt Diamond. Right side, Bradley Garner. Diamond from Amarillo. That's the blue oval machine way out front. Here comes Bradley Garner. Hard on the charge, the higher horsepower bow tie. Double breakout win this time around goes to Bradley Garner. They were both 00 up front. 004 for Diamond and 006 for Garner. They both break out 989-2 at 122 for Diamond. That's an 8 thou breakout. Garner 989.5, a 5 thou breakout. Tight race, margin of victory 32 10,000ths of a second. Here's Austin Williams. Austin left side of the track this time around. We typically see Austin on the right. I think he prefers the right-hand lane. But here he is now, number 7 in the world last year, alongside Scooter Wilkins in the Chevy 2. Green light starts for both. They pass the Christmas tree, head to the other end. Chevy 2 out front. Camaro trying to gather him up, and at the top end, A-Dub gets the W. Austin Williams for the win, 986 at 162. Another double breakout. He's 4 under, 986. Wilkins is 7 under, 983 at 146 miles per hour. Coming up now, a pair of 60s Corvettes. On the left side, guess I'm going to have to walk over here and push the button. Chris Harrelson, right side, Clint Parker. Pair of 63 Corvettes, left and right. Harrelson out of Conroe. Parker out of Gilmer. 5 thou apart when they leave the starting line, so at the top end, it's going to go the way of Harrelson. How about Harrelson going dead 6 for the win? 990 with a 6 at 161. He was 5 thou behind at the starting line. Clint Parker better up front, then goes 4 thou under, 989.6 at 155 miles an hour. So the breakout on the right, win light on the left for Chris Harrelson. Top dragster to the lanes, please. Tom Thorpe, top dragster to the lanes. Top dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. Green light starts a pair. Tim Nicholson charges hard, now drops the nose. Here comes the Camaro on the charge. Nicholson just got out of the way, ducked and covered down there. 10:23 at 85 miles an hour. He dropped way too early. John Wright, 986 at 169. The breakout route gets John Wright. Tim Nicholson, 10:23 at 85. Got to do the math on that. 85 miles an hour separated them at the finish line. Wow. Peter Gahan over there on the right side alongside Chet Tucker. A pair of replica Camaros, left and right. Green lights for both. One of them's 00. Can you tell? Well, it's not the guy that won. Chet Tucker, dead 2 for the win at 158. 990 with a 2 at 158. Pete Gahan was 003 on the tree, 989.2, breaking out by 8 thousandths of a second at 168. So Tucker advances to the third round. Another of the 5-liter Mustang bodied machines over here. The Fox body car on the left is Zachary Eckert out of McKinney, Texas, taking on Buddy Wood. And it looks like some troubles there for the Mustang, as when he went to set the brake, he rolled it deep. And a deep stage is not allowed here in the category, so win light automatically to Buddy Wood. Eckert brought it up and it lurched forward a little bit. Turned off the top bulb, and that was it. Buddy Wood, 988.8, 174 for the win. Eckert, red light start, 1813. Christopher Best, the Best Family Racing Yenko Tribute Nova over there on the left-hand side. He pairs up alongside the 63 Corvette of Chris Eidson. Eidson, Mineral Wells, Texas. He's on the left side, the 187 Customs lane. Two more do their job on this end. They really did their job on this end. So, how about this race? Eidson's 009 on the tree, left second. Christopher Best 003 on the tree. If you're dyslexic, it's the same number at the finish line, but it's not. 989.8 at 147 for Eidson. Christopher Best 988.9 at 157. The bigger breakout by 9 thousandths of a second, Christopher Best. Jazzy J. Johnson, Todd Pullen. And it looks like we had a little problem there at the top end. So we're going to have to take a look at that. You got that?
48644292. They need to come right back up.
Okay. So a little trouble down there at the top end of the track. Looks like something might have blown through the beams early. So we're going to have to rerun that pair. It's an unfortunate situation, but that's kind of the way it works out. We need competition eliminator to the lanes. The Roof Tech Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund. Comp Eliminator. Need you to the lanes, please. Top Dragster, if you're not all there. Consider this your final call. Tom Thorpe Transportation. Top Dragster. Top Dragster to the lanes. So for Todd Pullen and Jazzy J. Johnson, they'll have to come back and rerun that. Again, Comp Eliminator to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator, come on down. I see our top dragsters making their way to the head of staging. Larice and Larice. So that pair will come right back up here, and we're going to rerun them once again as Jazzy J and Todd Pullen. Pullen was better on the reaction timer. He was 006 on the tree. You know, Jazzy J was up here a little earlier today, the previous round, and at the finish line, it looked like, from our vantage point, something came off the car. But when he pulled up here, I did not notice anything that would have been an indication of any repairs that needed to be made. But once we get everything sorted out, we will put cars back out there on the racetrack. Because obviously we need to keep cars running down the track to keep heat build up in it. Weather conditions not exactly the best of the weekend. Now we roll into Tom Thorpe, transportation, top dragster. And your first pair, how do you want to shove the air in? Right on top or hanging out the side? The Roots supercharged machine left side of Keith Neiman. For the Fools of Oz, the Flying Monkey Racing Operation Firefighter. Over here on the left-hand side, out of Wichita. Thinks he's going to go 614, 613 the dial in for Rusty Baxter. And the former U.S. Nationals champion leaves 005 too early. Red light start for Baxter. Keith Neiman left the starting line. Little tire shake there, and he's immediately off the throttle. But guess what? Scoreboard's flashing on his side of the track. 1350 at 64, but he is the winner. He'll move on to round number 3. Competition eliminator, we need you to the lanes, please. Competition eliminator to the lanes.
That looks interesting. It's a cheeseburger with nacho cheese and a chopped up rice.
Here's Rick Carroll, Ardmore, Oklahoma. Says he works the water box at Ardmore Dragway.
I like doing this.
Is it okay? Chris, it's okay if I announce for a little bit, right? Okay. Thumbs up from Chris as he stuffs his face with a conglomeration only a carny would love. 633 and 699 are the numbers. Brian Sandlin turns it red by 001. Rick Carroll gets the win. 635 at 216. So Rick Carroll gets to come back and play once again. 216 miles an hour. Brian Sandlin turns it red, then idles on through. 975 at 86 miles an hour again. Competition eliminator. We got to get you lined up. Come on down. And with that, we can go ahead and give a standby. Standby. Won't be long till we see top sportsman, so you guys can stand by as well. You can get them ready to start heading this way. Pro Chargers coming up next. Centrifugally supercharged machines left and right. Daria Vang and J.R. Baxter. Daria 620, the performance prediction. J.R. 611. J.R. out of Waxahachie, Texas. Daria from Sterling, Colorado. Daria leaves first by about that much. Little wiggle waggle over there on the right. Maybe just enough to mess up the run. JR 612 on a 611. Not good enough. Daria is one over as well. 621 on the 620. So they're both one over. Better reaction time for Daria. And she will advance.
Anyone under the age of 18 cannot.
Attention on the property. Nobody under the age of 18 can be on any motorized vehicle on the property. That is a safety and insurance regulation. Will be enforced. Once again, nobody under the age of 18 will be allowed to operate a motorized vehicle on the property, whether that's a golf cart, a scooter, anything like that, any pit type vehicle. If you're under 18, get out of the driver's seat. Mike Owen, Ross Larice. Ross is in trouble and shows it right there. 627 at 207. Your number 2 qualifier is out of here. Mike Owen, 701, 002, margin of victory. So, baby granddad Larice is out of here. Here's the baby daddy, Holden. Competition eliminator. We need you to the lanes. Holden. Mike. 618 for Holden. 610 for Mike. Affiliated cars, both carrying the logo for Larice Motorsports Insurance. Holden got a 618 on it. Scott Spees wanting to make sure that his driver does the job. Mike Burns a 610 for the runner out of San Antonio. Larice has been as quick as 601 this weekend. Well, Holden's going to make it to the next round. How about 008 up front, 620 at the top end at 219. Mike Burns, 611 on the 610, so he was closer to his dial-in, but 008 is better than 080. And with that, top dragster is complete. I think we have a rerun coming up in Super Gas Competition Eliminator. You should all be in the staging lanes. Top Sportsman, you can come on down. Top Sportsman, Shenandoah Machine Top Sportsman to the lanes. As we are continuing to make our way through round number 2 here, obviously keeping an eye on the weather. Everybody's got a weather app on their phone or whatever, so you know what's potentially out there. And we are trying to do our best to get through eliminations here in advance of that mess. Big thank you to Brenda Kay for coming up to visit us earlier today. Guess what? That banana bread hits the spot. Thank you very much. So we're going to do just a little bit of track grooming out there. You see the Thunder Valley Raceway Park drag going down the track there. Just want to smooth off any rough edges out there before we bring Competition Eliminator up. Round number 2 coming up for the comp cars, as we qualified 32. We had more than that on the property, but we wound up with our final 32. Some super quick comp cars were part of the program. And comp is rolling in, paired up, making their pairs. Once again, we need top sportsman. 2 lanes, which means we're getting to the end of the rotation. Round 3 will be coming up. So for our Super Street friends, you're on standby. It won't be long till we'll be calling you to the lanes. So stand by for Super Street. Shenandoah Machine Top Sportsman, come on down. Comp Eliminator, we'll see you next. Chris Monahan up here stuffing his face. He's got to keep up his girlish figure. Well,
What about me?
Matt Plotkin just kind of in the way. Which, you know, not unusual. I don't know what that conglomeration is you brought me, but I'm going to eat it. And you inhaled yours, I can already tell. So, Chris Monahan, Comp Eliminator, coming up.
I said I was watching my girlish figure. I can't let my, well, never mind.
You know, pregnancy is a girlish figure.
Oh, yep. Yep. I don't know if I can say that over the mic, but
Probably
I want
not.
to.
Probably not.
Yeah, just had one of the burgers from the concession stand. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's a hamburger patty, nacho cheese, a chopped up grilled brat, and mustard. And at this point in time, it was a gift from the baby Jesus. I would also like to reiterate Warren's point. Thank you very much, Brenda Kay, for the banana bread. There's nothing quite like a warm piece of banana nut bread whenever it's cold outside. So the Roof Tech Division 4 Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund, presenting sponsor of Comp Eliminator. I don't know if we can even call them a presenting sponsor. I think they're a little bit more than that. I mean, when you put up $350,000 in bonus money, you know. But Comp Eliminator round 2 at the ready stripe. Going to be coming at you momentarily. Shenandoah Machine Top Sportsman should be heading to the lanes as well. Super Street, you are on standby. Super Street is on standby. So your first pair down in this round is going to be Brad Plord and Craig Bourgeois. Brad Plord, the Sportsman racer extraordinaire, in the AA altered methanol 23T Roadster. 379 cubic inches of alcohol burn and Roots supercharged horsepower. Basically sitting right in his lap. Well, both of them. Craig Bourgeois, the A Nostalgia Dragster. Craig's going to get 0.4 of a second head start. Car typically hikes the front end way up in the air. Wheels up, launch for Craig. Starting line advantage, Craig. Finish line, win light, Brad Plord, 6:47. At 181 miles an hour, chute was out early for the altered. Brad's going to get a hit of 1. The next time he comes back up, his index is going to be 696. Craig was 036 at the tree. Goes 697, and just not enough to get around Brad Plord. A lot of these guys will have a pre-agreed upon 1,000-foot race. It's going to bring up Brad Brewer and Sean Vincent. Brewer in the B altered over in the left lane. Took a slight index hit last time. Going to spot about 1.3 seconds roughly to the C-Truck automatic machine of Sean Vincent, based out of Omaha, Nebraska. The digital print operator. A few national and divisional event wins underneath his belt. Brad Brewer has been the #1 qualifier at 2 of the 3 Division IV races this season. Out of California, leaves his rig over here in this area, flies out to run the entire D4 schedule this year. Starting line advantage, Sean Vincent by about 0.06 of a second. Does he have enough to hold off that hard charging altered? No, he does not. 7:05. At 162 miles an hour, Brad Brewer takes a pretty good index hit right there. He was 61 under. So his index is going to move down to 7:55. And yes, it did take me that long to think about that. Pretty sure there was smoke coming out of my ears on that one. Joe Mazaris and Greg Camplain, your next pair. A couple of C dragster automatic machines.
Mr. Griffin.
Mark Griffin, we need you. Mark Griffin, we need you in the lanes. Personal invite for Top Sportsman. Mark Griffin, we need you in the lanes, please. So a pair of C dragster automatics, their indexes will revert to the actual class index, which is 760. So personal indexes do not come into play when it's 2 cars of the same class running each other. Is it going to be the guy from Indiana or the guy from Arizona? Tire spin immediately for Mazaris. Greg Camplain, 9:96 the short time. And he just coasts to a 9:18 and the win. And Mazaris just kind of idling down the left side. Dennis Smiley and Rick Brown waiting patiently in the water box. Attention the pits. Super Street, we need you, Super Street, to the lanes, please. Round number 3 of Super Street, we need you right now.
It's starting to materialize around OKC. They come in this direction.
So Dennis Smiley, the A Econo dragster over in the left lane. So Rick Brown, the B truck automatic over on the right side. Trying to keep it going and make it 2 in a row. Dennis Smiley looking for his 2nd round win of the year. 1.6 seconds roughly the head start the truck's going to get. Dennis rolls the beams when he went to bring it up on the chip. Rick hiked the front end way up in the air, set it down gently, and clicked it off to a 966. The dreaded 4 letters LB3A pop up on the computer screen. And Dennis's weekend is done. Rick marches on to the next round. There's Roger Brogdon. The man, the myth, the legend himself, in charge of the Roof Tech D4 Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund. Roof Tech, along with CCR Motorsports Insurance, Ambi Ampersand Soap Company, Clegg Industries, Harlan Towing, Emmons Autoplex, and CompuLink, and Mr. Bob Brockmeyer. Brooke Eckel, the other side of the racetrack. The D Supermod Automatic Cavalier. She's going to get 1.4 seconds out in front of Roger. Both of them had a very slight index hit. In their first round matchups. So who's it going to be? The comp veteran or the A&M med student in her first season, first full season in Comp Eliminator? Brooks 15 at the tree, and the card makes a hard left-hand turn. Roger goes 727, 151 miles an hour. Brooke had a 15 light, and then the car went left. Cody Lane and Keith Hall. Pair of E Supermod cars coming at you. A couple of Cavaliers. Cody's with an automatic transmission. Keith's banging through a 5-speed going down the racetrack. Keith's going to leave first by about a 1/10 and a half. Cody with a bunch of race wins between the national and divisional circuit. Keith with a few himself. Former Jegs All-Star. Super Street should be heading to the staging lanes. Super Street round 3 should be heading to the staging lanes. Presented by Wood Tucker Racing. Advantage at the tree to Cody Lane. Whop, whop, whop for Cody. He goes 8:43. And he will move on to the next round. Keith Hall was 8:50. And it was 100 at the starting line. Cody had plenty of racetrack to work with out there. Started whopping the car just like a stock or super class racer. Make sure he didn't take an index hit right there. Chase Williams and Sean Dodd, your next two. Sean, the C Econo altered. About 1.2 second head start, going to go to the Cobalt. And then the reigning Division 4 champ, Chase Williams, turned that B Econo dragster loose. Problems right off the starting line for Chase Williams. Car wagging the tail at 8th mile, and Sean Dodd will go to the next round, 8:66.6. And Chase Williams, 7:61, 187. He was closing fast, but just ran out of racetrack. Mike DePalma, Steve Basgall, your next two. Steve out of Augusta, Kansas, in the C Econo car over in the left lane. Over a second head start, going to go to the Pontiac G5, Lee Sharp-owned machine of Mike DePalma. The G altered. Both these cars utilizing 298 cubic inch small blocks. Very last and final call for Super Street round 3. We need you in the lanes immediately. If you are not already there, need you there right now. Super Stock, Stanfield Racing Engine Super Stock, we need you as well. Starting line advantage to the dragster. See if Steve has enough racetrack to get there. Yes, he does. 729, 178. Mike DePalma, 60 under, goes 839. At 153, just did not have enough at the starting line. He was 103 up front. Basgall was 052, 729. 63 or 62 under the index. So that's going to be a pretty good index for the next round. And here comes the rerun from Super Gas, Jazzy J. Johnson and Todd Pullen. Jay, the Vega wagon over on the left side. Todd Pullen, the 2017 Corvette Roadster. Was a runner-up right here in Super Street back in 2016. Oh, baby. Jay Johnson was 007, left the starting line second. Todd Pullen threw a bag of donuts at the Christmas tree. Trip, zip, and then goes 996. Can't quite run the number. Jay goes 993 with a 6. And 147 for the win. And Top Sportsman round 2 rolling into the water box. Should have 3 pairs of cars this round. Once again, Super Street, we need you immediately. If you are not there, Super Street, we need you to the lanes about 5 minutes ago. Super Street, we need you right now. We also need Super Stock, Sportsman Motorcycle, and JC3 Energy Super Comp. Super Comp, first call, and Sportsman Motorcycle, first call. Kelly Land, David Bills. First pair of Top Sportsman cars to hit the racetrack in round 2. David and the Roy Fisher-owned Cavalier over on the left-hand side. He's going to get exactly 1 yellow bulb head start, 728 the dial for Roy. Kelly Land, the 63 split window vet, trying to bullseye a 678. Kelly's closing fast. Does he have enough room? No, he does not. David Bills, 20 on this end of the racetrack, 1 over with a 2. Kelly was 69 at the tree. Goes under by 4th thou and still could not get there. David Bills moves on to the semifinals. Macy Higgins was supposed to be alongside of Mark Griffin. Mark not able to answer the call for round 2. So Macy's going to solo his way into the semis. Macy is 10 at the tree. Goes 659, 209 miles an hour. And Alan Firestone with the true buy. 5 cars in round number 2. He's just going to roll up and take the beams. So Wendell Shelton and Ricky Sellers, first pair of Super Streeters. Pair of 66 Chevy 2s. Once again, we need Sportsman Motorcycle and JC3 Energy Super Comp to the lanes. Green for both. Sellers out front. Shelton comes off the stop. Big into the racetrack. Wind light going to go to Ricky Sellers as Shelton drives on by him and goes under 1086 on the 1090 index. And Sellers goes 1093.9 for the win. Olivia Carroll, Billy Hughes.
No, I ate nachos. Just so you understand, Les never misses. Okay. Well, it's because if you hadn't ate, I was going to do.
And we're going to go take a look at the racetrack. Looks like they may have seen something out there.
Well, that's just the way my mom and dad raised me. No, you're always good for that. I've ever been hungry.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers racers broad package insurance policies that don't leave gaps in coverage. We offer affordable on- and off-track coverage for racers, and starting in 2023, the Perfect Run and Best Package programs, along with our contingency program. You spend money on insurance to get to the track already. Now collect money when you win. Visit them online at LariceMotorsportsInsurance.com or scan the barcode in the banners here at the racetrack. High performance and low prices. Get the parts you need today at Jegs High Performance. Get same day shipping on millions of items from over 600 brands. Jegs offers unmatched value through everyday low pricing. Find it cheaper and we'll match it. Click on jegs.com today. 100% satisfaction and lifetime support are included with every order. The place for performance since 1960. Jegs.
Got the delay echo, too. That was me.
Moser Engineering has been racing across 5 decades through 3 generations of racers and is proud to have been supporting the Sportsman racers since the beginning with a 2-day turnaround. Everything we make, from axles, rear ends, suspension, and brakes, are made here in the good old USA with one goal in mind: so you can win. Custom-made axles and rears without the wait. Check us out online at moserengineering.com or call and talk with our knowledgeable and friendly staff at 260-726-6689. The best quality and the best support. Only Moser Engineering. Weldon High Performance designs and manufactures the most reliable fuel pumps, regulators, and fuel filters for both carbureted and EFI high-performance engines. From our Big Bad Carb Series pumps to those for EFI setups, Weldon brings over 80 years of general and military aviation manufacturing expertise to its entire racing fuel system product line, making Weldon the choice of NHRA's championship-winning sportsman racers across all categories. Visit weldonracing.com to learn more. Weldon, from the flight line to the starting line. Now Olivia Carroll and Billy Hughes back up into the beams. Olivia turns at 16 red, Billy Hughes 11 green. 1093, 141 Billy, 1088, 120 Olivia. Brings up Brandon Harris and John Long. Pair of first-gen Camaros. Brandon over on the left side. Out of Tulsa. John Long out of Cleburne, Texas, over on the right-hand side. And the flamed 68 for John's Auto Service. John Long, 17 at the tree, dead 7 for the win. Brandon Harris, under by 4 thou, would not have mattered. John Long was 24 total for the win.
Thank you so much, Ward.
Wade Metzinger and Ross Ragland, your next pair. Final call for Super Stock. Super Stock, final call. Super Comp and Motorcycles. Super Comp and Sportsman Motorcycle, you should be in the lanes and ready to go as well. Making our way through round number 3 of Wood Tucker Racing Super Street. Bowtie was first off the starting line, but the win light's going to go to Wade. 18 up front, dead 5. Ross was 11 at the tree. 92-2, no good, and Wade takes the CUDA into round number 4. Buddy Wood, Tony Jones. Buddy for Wood Tucker Racing and Hughes Converters left side, utilizing a top end throttle stop on the Cavalier. Tony Jones hoisted the Wally at Atlanta a couple years ago. Sounded like Tony's car may have spun at the starting line. Trying to track down the Cavalier, and yep, Buddy Wood got there way too quick, 1083. Tony goes 93.6. And will put himself into round 4 as Dell Hall and Chucky Weir. Chuck, a 3-time Division 4 Super Street champ and a 2003 Jegs All-Star. Green and green. Win light, Chuck Weir, 17 on this end, 1 over with an 8. Del Hall was 20 on the tree, 93 with a 4, no good. Brian Gustafson with the bye run. So he will solo his way into round number 4. As Super Stock getting ready to roll out for their 3rd round of competition. $11 on this end for Brian. He goes 1091 4, 25 total at 128 miles an hour. Here comes Stanfield Racing Engines Super Stock. First pair out is going to be Brittany Blackman and Jeff Heffler. Copo-powered 55 Chevy shoebox for Heffler. Running in factory GTC, spotting about 0.3 of a second of the Cavalier. GTH automatic car of Brittany Blackman, 327 power under the hood. Uh-oh. Brittany's in trouble. Jeff's on the brakes. He's 002. She's 122 on this end of the racetrack. The only hope she had was that Jeff would either brake or go under, and neither one of those things happened, so Jeff Hepler finds himself in round 4 competition. Mark Norris, Jeff Miller, your next 2. Norris, the Superstock C automatic Belvedere, is actually going to move first. The Superstock G automatic Camaro. Jeff Miller going to spot him 0.06 of a second. 983 the target for Jeff, 989 for Mark. Mark Norris, 7th Al Red, 992, 130 miles an hour for Miller. Jeff Franklin turns it red. Harvey Emmons, 11 at the tree, goes 941, 140 miles an hour. Attention the pits, top sportsman, top dragster, and comp eliminator, listen up. Due to the temperature, we will be completing you guys tomorrow. Top dragster, top sportsman, and comp eliminator will not run again today. You guys can go ahead and put them in the box or put them on the jack stands, crack a cold one, whatever you want to do. But you are done for the day. Darrell Brown with the bye run. We're going to finish everything else today. All rounds. Okay. So your next two, Ricky K and Derek Dory. We need Houston Cheap Fireworks, Super Gas, and Stock Eliminator. Super Gas and Stock Eliminator. We need you back to the lanes, please. So a little less than a 1/10 of a second head start going to Derek. Green light, green light. Derek out front at the finish line. Win light going to go to Derek. 12 at the tree, 2 over with a 7. Ricky was 14, 3 over 0. And by 5 thousandths of a second, Derek Dory finds himself in the next round. It's Brenda Kay and Phil Yates, your next pair. Brenda dialed 853 over on the right side. 4/10 of a second head start, and then Phil Yates going to try to chase her down. Brenda first off the tree, and it's going to be Phil Yates, 827. Brenda, not sure what happened, but she could not run the number. She goes 873. It was 2/10 off. And Phil drove around her and turned on the win light. Super Comp rolling in. The 890 cars. All right, guys, correction. Listen up. I had a misunderstanding. I misinterpreted what Maddie was telling me. Once we complete this round of Super Gas, we will be done for the day. So we're going to run this round of competition up through Super Gas, and then we will be done for the day. Everything else will be completed tomorrow as Chase White and Austin Williams bring them into the beams. Unfortunately, the temperature is dropping on the racetrack out there, and win light to Austin Williams, 008 at the starting line, showing you why he was number 2 in the world last year. He goes 9 flat 6. Chase White was 896 on the racetrack, but 61 at the tree by 9 thou. Austin moves on. Sean Neidig, Trinae Cresoni. The next pair down. Sean over on the right side. Eddie Holland designed the paint scheme on that car. Well, actually, correction, Eddie told me earlier, Sean actually designed the paint scheme. Eddie papered it up, and they took that design, and after a long while, we're able to finally get the car finished. Trinae Cresoni for Larice Motorsports Insurance over on the left side out of Raceland, Louisiana. Sean turns at 24 red. So Trinae will move on. 893, 164. We should have stock and Super Gas in the lanes and ready to go. Stock and Super Gas, you should be in the staging lanes and ready to go. Houston Cheap Fireworks, Super Gas. If you are not in the lanes, you are late. And Stock Eliminator, final call. Stock Eliminator, final call. Leonard Greathouse, left side. Keisha Huffman, right side. Winlight, Leonard Greathouse. And a double breakout, 888 for Leonard, 883 for Keisha. As Mike Green and Kyle Sechrist make their way back from the burnouts. A couple of Oklahoma boys going at it. Kyle over on the left side. Jim White Race Cars Built Machine. The Monda chassis car over on the right side from Mike. Clean and green. Win light here, going to go to Mike Green, 006 on this end of the racetrack, 893-1. Kyle Sechrist, 18 up front, goes 93-3. So Mike Green will march on to the next round. We'll see him back tomorrow. Dan Foley, Vern Rowland, your next two. Foley on the right-hand side for Sullivan Racing Transmissions, Mega Learning with a Twist, and Scoggin Dickey Parts Center Race Shop. Vern Rowland, the D4 Foggett rep for Goodyear and Universal Roofing. Three thou between them up front at the finish line. It's going to be Dan Foley. Vern Rowland got there 3 hun ahead and went under by 2 thou. He is not going to be pleased with himself when he takes a look at that time slip. So last and final call for Stock Eliminator and Houston Cheap Fireworks Super Gas. We are in JC3 Energy Super Comp right now. Mike Sechrist left, Devin Coslow right. Devin Coslow, 009, gets there 3 hun and goes under by 1 measly thousandth of a second. Mike Sechrist was 37 at the tree, goes dead on with a 3. Good lap for Mike. And he finds his way into round number 4 tomorrow. Christopher Dodd and Kevin Wilson, your next two. Kevin on the starting line left side. Dodd over on the right side of the racetrack. Kevin for K2 Motorsports. Chris for Rare Morrison, A1 for A1 Performance and Premier Landscaping. Who's going in first? Kevin. Double breakout, 889.6 Dodd, 889.3 Wilson. So Christopher Dodd will move on, and Jessica Bagacki with the bye run. Very last and final call for stock and super gas. If you are not in the lanes, you are late. Stock and super gas, if you are not in the lanes, you are late.
Yes, sir.
See you tomorrow. I know about all that. I appreciate it.
Bobby is a wise man. He is right.
I know how to pick winning teams.
Doing this for a while, haven't we?
Bobby, I'm sorry.
Jessica goes dead on 0 at 182.
You know what? Give me.
Stock and super gas getting paired up back in the lanes. They'll be coming at you momentarily.
And we will be fine. You'll still be all.
Super Gas, we are missing one of you. Super Gas, we are missing one of you, and we need all of you in the lanes right now. Super Gas, you should all be in the lanes right now. So Brad Plord, Brent Vogues, your first pair out in this round of stock eliminator. Brent in Big Red, the 68 Mustang over on the right-hand side. Couple of wins on the Lucas Oil Tour. He's dialed 12:41, about a 1.7 second head start. And then Brad Plord going to turn the Lucas Oil sponsored D-Stock automatic 1970 Nova loose. And Brent 29 red handing it over to Brad. Brad goes 1085 at 105. So an all Emmons matchup here. Will in the right side, the A stock automatic 69 Camaro. Gary Emmons left side, the wheel standing factory stock A Cobra Jet Mustang. Green light, green light. Gary closing fast on the top end. Wind light going to go to the kid. Will 39 at the tree. 25 on a 21. Gary 24 up front. 79 with a 1 on a 73. How about 6 foul? Margin of victory for Will Emmons. And I don't believe there were any team orders there. Jerry Emmons and Larry Dyke. Larry, the factory stock B Copo Camaro on the far side. Jammin' Jerry, the B stock automatic big block 69 Camaro. Getting almost a second and a half head start. Okay. Larry rolls through. Left right with Jerry. Jerry goes 1045 at 127. Not real sure what was happening with Larry Dyke's machine. Brings up Bob Vogel and Sharon Bogus. Pair of 305 power GM products coming at you. Bob, the K-Stock automatic Malibu. Dialed 1160, 1161, the target for the third gen Camaro of Sharon Bogus. Her and her husband Bill been married almost 53 years. Advantage at the tree was to Sharon. Advantage finish line, Sharon. She goes dead 9. Bob is dead 1, but was 083 on this end of the racetrack. Sharon 047 for the win. As Harvey Emmons and Austin Ford. The Emmons clan already has 2 cars in the next round. They would like to make it 3. Austin Ford would not like for them to make it 3. Harvey, the 396 powered A-Stock automatic 69 Camaro, 1024 dial. He's going to get over a 1 second head start. Austin Ford in the Cobra Jet throws a 911 up on the board. For Samtech, Mickey Thompson tires. Blue oval product chasing down the bow tie at the top end. Not going to happen for Austin. Harvey Emmons, 12 on this end. 5 over with an 8. Austin was 32 on the tree. Sounded like the car stumbled down low. He goes 926, was dialed 911. No bueno. And the Emmons clan now has 3 cars in the next round of competition. So Super Gas coming up next. They will be the final class of the day. Everything else will be completed tomorrow. So unless you are a Super Gas competitor who is still in competition, you can go ahead and put it in the box.
This is a comp by Jazzy J.
Oh, no, that sucks.
Did they come back and rerun?
Yeah, they did. On the rear. So Shannon Brinkley was supposed to be alongside of Jazzy J Johnson, but Jay not able to get the car to fire in the lane, so Shannon's going to solo his way to the next round. $989, 161 for Shannon on his free time trials. Buddy Wood and Chet Tucker. How about Wood Tucker Racing, a pair? Chet over on the left side. Buddy over on the right side. A pair of first-gen Camaro Roadsters. Oh boy. One of these guys was 002. One of them was definitely not. Well, Chet Tucker was 002. He takes almost a tenth and a half worth of stripe and goes 1 over 4. Buddy Wood was 111 at the tree, goes 993.5. Chet was trying to give him a shot there. So Chris Edson and Tim Nicholson. Tim, the clutch car, with the top-end throttle stop over on the far side. Chris out of Mineral Wells for Tricky Graphics Custom Paint. And the Corvette Roadster. Chris Edson was dead late, and oh wow, Tim Nicholson, too much in the stop, maybe got on the brakes a little too. 10-19, only 88 miles an hour. And Chris Edson goes 992 with an 095 light and moves on. Austin Williams and Chris Harrelson, your next two. Charlie Stewart Race Cars Built Machine over on the far side for Chris. And Austin Williams for Ortec. Number 7 in the world last year in Super Gas competition. Green and green. Wop, wop, wop on the top end. Both of them 992 with a 9 by 8 thousandths of a second. Austin Williams move on. 8 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction times. Final car of the day. It's going to be Bradley Garner out of Illinois in the 68 Camaro. Bradley goes 988, 157. And that will do it for today. Everything else is going to be completed tomorrow.
10 a.m.
And we will be starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So, again, 10 a.m. tomorrow. And we're going to do a 9 a.m. chapel service. Same thing as today. It's going to be drive up in the staging lanes. Again, chapel service tomorrow morning with Joey Keith and Racers for Christ. Drive up in the staging lanes. Everybody have a safe night, safe drive home. And we will see you 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. And we will crown some champions.